and it's not fitting at all. I can barely move my arms, but damn it, I am Hamilton, a.k.a. George Washington.
Is she actually going as Hamilton?
She is, yes.
Are you able to buy that at the Spirit Halloween costume store?
I didn't ask how much it cost. Yeah, I don't
know. At this point, Hamilton's been out long enough. You could probably get that on a discount.
I don't think they did. Yeah.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. The Cavs are back. Shador's not getting first-team reps. What does it all mean? That open. Splendiferously done by Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page, where, of course, you guys can watch us all show long, and producing as well. We got the big cheese, Matt Corelli, doing the old 2020s as well. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you today?
We're okay. Yeah, I mean, the change in weather, definitely. We've got two things kind of struggling for the soul of Nick Wilson today.
Okay.
And no, it's not 6-7. For those in the YouTube channel, you'll understand. So we've got incredible excitement. The Cavs basketball is back, which finally hit me today, and we have some weather anxiety that's going on. May or may not have been having a slight anxiety attack in the 12 o'clock hour today, and a fair amount of it is just the weather's changing, and I'm not ready for that.
Oh, wow. I, with my umbrella arrogance, as we're calling it, had a nice brisk walk in, had the umbrella out. Was able to do. You know what's interesting? You know how people that drive Jeeps, when they pass other Jeeps, they do basically a nod of hey, you're driving the same car that I'm driving. One of those type things. I feel like me and the umbrella mafia, we've hit a point now when I see other people with umbrellas in this type of weather, we do a little tip, hey, good. You're on it.
Mm-hmm. And so it's you and the umbrella supremacist. Just
yeah, but I'm so unbothered by this weather. Then you had whatever you had at the 12 o'clock hour. I'm very unbothered by this weather. The umbrellas. Help me make it through.
So the raining, the lack of sun is a part of it. It's the cold. It's the cold. My body senses what is to come over the next 6 months, and I just violently am trying to reject it. And that and life are just you know what? We're gonna see what we can do with Nick Wilson today.
All right.
Hey, we're fighting the good fight. And Cavs
you're
is
indoors
back
for the next 5 hours.
I am.
So you don't have to think about that at all.
And thank God I've got this lighting. Which is...
It's basically the sun.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most natural lighting you can get. These 4 lights here and whatever hellscape lighting there is over there.
I get more lighting based off of this than I do with the sun in any given day.
I actually think if we're going to have these bright lights in our face, because, again, you can watch us on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube page, I want, the seasonal depression lights to be replaced.
So we get a mood to match the mood outside.
So I get vitamin C and I get the nutrients I need to live and to be able to enjoy life. And also, I'm properly lit.
We've not yet discussed the idea that and you can have the worst day imaginable, and these lights just do not care. Yeah, these lights are giving off the vibe of you need to always be happy. Always say cheese.
Yeah, these lights are giving off vibes of a well-lit corpse. That's what I think.
A well-lit corpse?
Yeah. If you ever gone to a funeral home and you're like, this is just the worst lighting over the corpse. You're not doing any favors here. And then you go and it's like a spotlight and you're like, if this was me, I would be like, this is how we lit.
I've never once thought about it. It's an interesting point. The idea that corpses need the best lighting imaginable.
They do.
The dead guy probably doesn't care if he has good lighting, but there are people out there that might.
But otherworld Nick, right? On the other side or the upside down, wherever I am, I would care.
Can I tell you a really funny thing that Coach Riz told me on Sunday about himself that I think you'll really enjoy?
Yes.
Because it does not speak to his personality in the slightest bit, but I think you'll like it. On the day he dies, he's instructed his wife, because he's already assumed he's going to die before his wife, he's instructed his wife to then take his phone, and then after everyone has already attended the funeral, to text from his phone, thanks for showing up today. I really appreciate it. And all these other things, like these goodwill gestures from his phone.
Yep.
That says basically, so they just have that message that pops up from him one last time.
Look at that. Now, are they going to copy and paste that one too?
Well, that would be the Coach Riz mantra. He thanked me again for the card today. I'm sure you got it as well. We all got it. And it's like, he's probably thanked me for the card that I had no part in doing outside of just signing my name, no less than 7 times. But I'll take a guy that does that over the person that doesn't acknowledge it all day, every day.
I will say, we love you, Coach Riz.
Just a good man, Coach Riz.
We just love our coach. Now, that being said, so that we are sufficiently lit here, are you lit for the return of the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Well, so the NBA last night, I thought was off to a great start. I love the idea of not only putting Durant and what is basically one of the new fun looks of a team in the Rockets and what they're shaping up to be. Everybody's 6'7" or higher, and how that big lineup would look. I like
6'7".
Whoa. I like, by the way, for the radio people that don't really know what we're doing in that moment, we just make the gesture of whoa.
Yeah.
Or ooh.
Or we need to have Mac play something that will let people know.
Let's just buy time to do our fake little balls up in the air trick.
Yes.
So it was off to, and you
as
first
opposed
off,
to on the chair.
You had Tirico, you had MJ, which it seems like they're just gonna go ahead and take that hour interview and just condense it down into like little chunks here and there. Here's $40 million, Michael Jordan. You sit down with Tirico for an hour.
And here's Mike Tirico trying to act like he has a personality.
I thought it was so funny. They're like matching how they're sitting in the chairs and everything like that.
Yeah.
It's just two aging bald guys just talking shop.
I think Tirico knew somebody in this conversation has to have a personality, and it's not going to be Michael.
But it was fun though. That was the whole part of it was that, and even if Michael thinks that he's doing everyone some great service by passing it on and doing all these other things while being paid $40 million a year to do so, whatever, I'll take it. Between Round Ball Rock, between a game that was actually interesting, it was nice to have the NBA back in my life.
It was. I ignored it, but it was nice to know that I could ignore it last night. No, the NBA doesn't start till the Cavs start for me. Like, while I love like the random Thursday night Grizzlies Lakers matchups or the Pelicans Bulls matchups in the middle of the season, no. I like my first NBA watching. I don't do the preseason. Do not care. Could not care less about NBA preseason.
Yeah.
And unless the Cavs are on opening night, no. The season begins when the Cavs begin, and then I can start watching after that.
I think it's because I knew that, and listen, I'd watch it anyway, but I think it's because I knew in the back of my mind, NBC, this is their first game in a long time. Tirico's on the call. Like, you're going to have... Durant's not going to be like, oh shoot, I don't want to play in this one. Mm-hmm. You're going to, and they didn't. That was a hard, contested, awesome game for really the large majority of it. And you watched OKC claw right back into it after the Rockets took a big lead, and you watched them go into overtime. Like, I don't know, it had a lot of what I wanted. Like, it's kind of like how I'll watch. But I mean, you watch Thursday Night Football, the debut of that for the NFL.
Yeah, a little different with the NBA. The NBA season is just so long, and it like. October 21st feels a little early for the NBA season for me. So, like, the NBA season always soft launches anyway. So I hard launch with the Cavs, and then I soft launch with the rest of the NBA so that by the time January comes around, I watch way too much of both of those things.
If the NBA was being honest with themselves, it'd probably be like a 60-game schedule anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd probably start the thing
from
on
like December 15th.
Christmas Day might even be the opener, and then you just kind of take that day and go with it and run with it, and then you still try to dominate MLK Day, and then you just build around that. I
just think it's interesting that, like, we haven't talked a lot of Cavs leading up to this season. I know the morning shows actually tried to do a little bit of Cavs here and there.
They've done like a Cavs segment a day.
And I think people might be conflating what is the lack of sizzle, meaning the Cavs didn't make a huge trade this offseason. They really... you subtracted Ty Jerome and you re-signed Sam Merrill. There's been the Malik Beasley flirtations, but I think people are confusing that. The kind of stuff that stirs the drama, the NBA drama, the lack of that crap with a lack of sizzle with the Cavs. I'm actually incredibly excited. And while I don't think people are like, there isn't the same intrigue around the beginning of the season because you don't have a new coach and not much has changed. I think this narrative that there's a lack of buzz around the Cavs is total crap. They're going to sell out a lot. If you go to the Q, it's going to be incredibly fun all season long. Mm-hmm. They're very likely to win 50 games at the very least. And so, like, I think people are talking about there aren't a lot of sports talk narratives around this team because it's pretty much cut and dry where they are as a franchise. Mm-hmm. I think they're conflating that with a lack of buzz and interest. Anytime we actually do talk the Cavs, it's, I can't wait to get to the queue, or I can't wait to watch the Cavs on TV.
Well, the games are much more fun than I think some of the conversations that we get to have around them right now, and that's okay. It's honestly a really good spot for them to be in. It reminds me of when a football team has hit that apex of where they need to be, and then you just don't have as many. You get down to the nitty gritty. You get down to well, what's our left guard looking like right now? And they have hotly contested debates about that type of stuff. That's kind of where the Cavs are. Like how many conversations have you had about Lonzo Ball? It's like that's it. That's all we've been doing.
Well, and here's the thing. I don't think it's a lack of buzz. I think it's a lack of drama. Right? I think it's a good thing. Like, I trust the Cavs, and I think a lot of people trust the Cavs to deliver on some level in the regular season. Postseason, we know it's kind of a zero-sum game right now, but in terms of the regular season, that's even minus Darius Garland, even with some health stuff that you got to work through early in the season. Okay, that's valid. But at the same point, it's like, no, like with the Browns, guys, we freak out about the Browns every week because the trust has been decimated over the last 20-some games, right? With the Guardians, there's a lack of trust because of the Dolans. Fair or not, that is, we maybe don't trust the Guardians to deliver every game, every season the same way. With the Cavs, it's like, I know if there's a trade out there that's going to make them better, they're going to do it. I know Dan's going to pay the luxury tax as long as he feels he's got a chance to win. Again, it's a lack of drama with the Cavs that I can just sit back and enjoy being a Cavs fan, and when the tough questions come, they always do. Well, we'll deal that when I don't have to look ahead for trouble. It's the NBA season. It'll happen, but I don't have to worry about it with the Cavs the same way.
No, well, especially because they're just such an easy group to root for, and they don't really have much controversy around them. I mean, I was watching this 10-minute feature on Donovan Mitchell, and Donovan's like, yeah, I haven't really put myself out there that much. And it's like, yeah, I know you haven't. We're all very well aware, and you're one of the more polarizing people on this team.
I did love that Donovan piece. Can we just say, I just love this Cavs team.
I just didn't know, is it Coco? Is that her name?
Yeah.
I didn't realize she was as massive as she was. At least it's told me about the millions of followers she has, and I'm like, what world am I living in? Yeah. He's talking about him living on her bus for a month.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I guess people are paying a lot of money to see her tour. I didn't even know. I couldn't name a song.
In fairness, I didn't know how gigantic Sierra was. I just know she's insanely attractive. Same thing. That's not great. I knew she was insanely talented, but I just knew that's an incredibly beautiful woman. That's an incredibly successful woman. I'm just not familiar with the work. Same thing with Coco.
When I watched Hayden do the voice, Coco was one of the guest people that popped up there, and it was described to me by Elise as that's Donovan Mitchell's girlfriend. I think at that point might have even already been fiance. And I was like, oh, okay. Doesn't pop up in my anywhere else.
I think, in fairness, I think now it's he's Coco Jones's fiance.
Apparently,
I think that's the way it's supposed to go.
She's that massive, and he's describing all the support she's doing, and I'm like, you're describing it like how Travis Kelce would describe Taylor Swift, and I'm like, what am I missing here? Where's my blind spot for Coco?
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Is it a lack of regular season buzz for the Cavs, or is it a lack of regular season drama for the Cavs, as I have supposed? Ross Tucker usually joins us at 4 on Wednesdays. He's joining us in about 5 minutes here, as he's got an early flight here. He'll be on Vikings-Chargers Westwood One call tomorrow for Thursday Night Football game. You're going to hear right here on 92.3 The Fan. Ross joins us in about 5 minutes. Ashley Bastock, as always, on a hump day at 3:20. We've got Austin Carr, Mr. Cavalier himself. I agree. Go Cavs. Joining us at 4 today. Quick hits at 6 o'clock, but 216-474-0092 is it a lack of regular season buzz, or is it just incredible trust in the Cavs? I'm putting my trust in the Cavs. And Ross talks Stefanski v. Vrabel. He talks Woody Johnson shooting his mouth off, too much DPI, and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
offensive side of the ball and told people what they needed to do. So it speaks to the frustration level, and then it speaks to how important it is to these guys and that they knew they needed to do something, and they felt like the chances have been there to win. I think that was one of the most frustrating things is it doesn't feel like a lost cause in that building. They feel like they should be winning, and the fact that they're not is what has frustrated everybody.
Listen for Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram Monday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, and obviously today's big day for the Cavaliers. We'll get back to the Cavs talk. Austin Carr coming up at 4 o'clock today. Mr. Cavalier, the Cavs is back, and we're happy for that. But we also are I don't know, we talk a little bit of Cleveland Browns here, and usually we talk to our next guest at 4. Today, we're going to bump him up to the 2:20 segment with plenty to talk about. Vrabel versus Stefanski, plenty of big NFL storylines as well. And on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance needs and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. And Ross Tucker's on your radio on the Fan Hotline right now. Ross, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, how are you? I appreciate the flexibility. I'm about to fly out to LA to call Vikings Chargers tomorrow night for Westwood One on the radio, so I will be in the air when we normally talk at 4. So I think probably not to be your programming director, but we can do this now, and then you could re-air it at 4, and then again at 5. That's what I would do.
And then maybe 6 too as well, just to be safe.
Yeah, I think so. What if there's people? I mean, I always think about that. Like right now, there are people that they're going to get in their car today. They're going to tune on at 4. I'm not going to be there. And like, am I culpable then for the emotional devastation that causes them? I don't know. You know, I feel somewhat culpable if that's the case. So hopefully you guys will re-air it then so that people can get their 20 minutes of facts every week.
It's okay, Ross. It's only like when you go to a fast food restaurant and they won't give you ice cream when you know ice cream is there.
Yeah, you see the machine, it's just said, out of order.
That's all.
You know, wait a minute. Why are you guys bringing that up?
Just random. No reason.
Tell me what happened.
Well, it happens all the time, Ross.
It's an obvious fast food trope.
Yeah. Have you not had this problem?
Did you just have this happen to you?
I thought I talked about this or something. A couple Mondays ago, or maybe last Monday, I was doing Bears Commanders. So I'm driving down to D.C. So I'm going to get some late lunch on the way down. I'm on the Chick-fil-A app, and it will not let me order a milkshake. It will not let me order a milkshake. And I've been in this Chick-fil-A 20 times, and I'm so confused as to what's going on. I call the Chick-fil-A. Because this is my whole plan for 3 days was, okay, I know I'm going to get some awesome Chick-fil-A, the milkshake, going down. I call. They answer. They're courteous as always. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, hey, I'm trying to order online, and it won't let me order a milkshake. And they're like, yes, sir. Unfortunately, our ice cream machine is down. And that was very close to what everybody in the Cleveland area is going to feel at 4 o'clock when I'm not on your radio station. It was devastation. Because then I had to switch. Like Chick-fil-A, the milkshake was a big part of stopping by there. So I had to totally revamp everything. I took a step back from a food standpoint and instead went to Starbucks and just got their ham and Swiss panini sandwich. But then I got a venti coffee frappuccino, which is a caffeinated milkshake, which is probably what I needed before a late night. So it all works out.
I'm glad things worked out for you. You soldiered through, and I think that's what people are going to take from this.
Have you ever dropped a "But I'm Ross Tucker" line on anyone, and has it worked?
Or "I know my rights"? That's another one.
I have not dropped either one of those
yet.
But I will say, if someone knows who I am, that helps for sure. At times, that's help. But I don't know what they can do if the ice cream machine is down.
Who says it's really down?
You could do what journalists used to do, which is just shame them publicly online.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it happens. It's the first time in the history of my relationship with Chick-fil-A that the ice cream machine's been down. So I'm going to let it slide this time and not get to that level of devastation. I will say, I think it's so interesting. I did the Bengals and Steelers last Thursday night. So I had a whole vision of what this interview today was going to be like during that game, after the game, seeing some of the clips from Cleveland the day after that game. And then the Browns went out and curb stomped the Dolphins. Mm-hmm. So now, I really don't know what to expect from this interview. I thought it was going to go one way, but then did the Browns shut you guys up or no?
No, we'll get into football in a sec. I did want to ask you, though. I heard you on with Pony last week, and you offered to drop I listened to it on, I was talking to the guys on Pittsburgh Sports Radio, and I didn't know if that was just a thing you're doing on all the hits now.
Yeah. You were really listening to that?
I heard your sushi story. I heard it all, Ross.
So I have a question. You're a Cleveland sports talk radio guy, but you listen to Pittsburgh sports talk radio?
Yeah, we both do.
Yeah, I listen to sports radio all across the country. Oddly enough, I listen to a lot of Detroit sports talk radio too. I like the medium.
Marconi
Ross.
Award winners there.
Yeah, I like the medium.
Wow, that is fascinating. I would think that you'd listen to your station to hear how the people are feeling about things in Cleveland, but I guess you get enough.
We do that too. No, we do that. We do that too.
We're both sports talk junkies. It's a problem.
Yeah.
All right. Well, John Jansen, I'll be on in Detroit at 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, which, by the way, is in fact 5 a.m. Pacific time. So that will be amazing for the people in the hotel room next to me when I'm talking about the Detroit Lions at 5 a.m. at an L.A. airport. They're going to love that. Yeah, I did put that out there for Pony. I forget what I said. It's a good thing I didn't bring him up even more because that was a disastrous night for him. He said that they were going to beat the Bengals 38-3. He bet 2 nipple piercings on it. I hope he's going through with it. Is he still going to go through with it?
He said he will. Yeah, he said he is. He's going to line it up with like a whole everything. What do you do,
That's unbelievable. That's why you don't make comments like that. Oh, my gosh. No, he said no, he's not putting any numbing agents on.
No, I think he just really wants to do it.
Here. So I guess I don't know how that feels, but it doesn't sound real good.
Ross, are the Patriots really as good as their record suggests they are?
I think they might be. And I think they might be primarily because of just how good Drake May is. I mean, he is. I saw a lot of flashes last year, and I was thoroughly impressed. I called 2 games last year for one was CBS, one was NFL Network, and he was excellent in those games. I mean, really good, I thought, for a rookie, but they had nobody around him. And then now that they got a little bit more people around him, new coaching staff, I mean, there's a lot of metrics out there that will tell you he's been the best quarterback in football so far this season. I'm not ready to go there, but the point is he's been really, really, really good.
Ross, Garrett Wilson rumors continue. How much would this change your viewpoint of where the Browns are at if they're players, and should they be players in the Garrett Wilson sweepstakes?
What year is this for him? How many years are left of his contract?
Oh, he just signed a contract extension, so I think he's got 3 or 4 left.
Oh, he just did get the extension.
Yeah. And the trade is actually doable with everything and the cap ramifications. It'd be fine. You could clear it.
Yeah, I would strongly consider that if I'm the Browns. I mean, because I know what you guys are going to say is, look what Flacco did with the Bengals. Why can't you do it with the Browns? And what I was going to tell you is, have you seen Jamar Chase play football? Or have you seen, even to a lesser extent, T. Higgins? I would take T. Higgins over Jerry Jeudy any day of the week. So that's 2 Bengals receivers I'd rather have than the Browns' best receiver. I think that's a problem. You're going to have a young quarterback one way or the other. I think it'd really be nice if you had a truly high-end receiver. Jeudy is not that. I don't know that he's ever been that. I know there's some statistical years where he's been pretty good, but I would feel much better about Garrett Wilson than I would Jerry Jeudy moving forward.
Ross, this obviously is a matchup of a guy who used to work on the Browns staff, Mike Vrabel, and then the guy who still heads the staff now, Kevin Stefanski. They're both thought of to be two of the better coaches in the NFL. Who would you rather have as an NFL head coach, Mike Vrabel or Kevin Stefanski?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think it probably depends on what you're looking for and who. Like if the answer is Vrabel, I got to know who the offensive coordinator is. And on some level, if the answer is Stefanski, I got to know who the defensive coordinator is. You know, and I think Stefanski's done a really good job having Jim Schwartz as a D coordinator. And I think Vrabel's done a really good job getting Josh McDaniels. But that's such an important ingredient. I mean, McDaniels is the biggest reason why Drake May's playing this well, which is the biggest reason why the Patriots are actually good. And then for the Browns, you know, Schwartz has had a major impact on the positive games they've had, the positive seasons they've had in recent years. And so you got to give Stefanski credit for that. I think most teams would tell you, or most owners would rather have Stefanski than Vrabel. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. One is Vrabel's personality is not for everybody. And secondly, the concern you have if Vrabel is your head coach typically is that he's not an offensive mind. He's not going to call the offensive plays. So if you have success with him as your head coach, that probably means you're moving the ball, scoring points, probably means your offensive coordinator is going to get a head coaching job elsewhere, which is not what you want. Now, that's not going to happen with Josh McDaniels because he's not going to get a third chance. So that kind of mutes that, or makes that moot, whatever. But, yeah, that's the answer. Really, really good question. Really close.
Nice. Shedeur is not going to get any reps with the starters in practice. That's what Stefanski came out and said today. All those reps are going to go to Dillon Gabriel. He did acknowledge that Gabriel got starting reps when Flacco was the starter here. Is that the right approach with how he should be handling this?
Yes, it is. Give Dillon Gabriel every rep he can possibly get, every chance to be successful. And then when you decide, if you decide that you've seen enough, then give Shedeur Sanders every rep possible, every chance to be successful. You know, I think it goes both ways. When Shedeur gets his opportunity, which I still suspect that he will, I don't think you want to take away any of his reps. I think you want him to see, especially him, to see everything as much as he can.
Ross, we've had, I would say, disagreements on how we evaluate or maybe what we expect out of Dillon Gabriel. And it's been interesting. It's going to have these conversations 3 weeks in. And we also yet had Terry Bradshaw say he thinks Dillon Gabriel is going to be a star. So if I gave you 4 designations to label where you think Dillon Gabriel will land on the quarterback spectrum, star, system quarterback, starter, backup, or roster filler, where are you leaning after 3 games with Dillon Gabriel?
I'm going to put him right now in the 28 to 40 category, which means if he's your starter, you would probably, like low-end starter, high-end backup. If he's your starter, you would probably hope to have somebody better. If he's your backup, you'd be thrilled. That's my guess right now.
How long do you think he's going to be able to be the starter here for the Browns? Is it just as long as they win games like they did on Sunday, where, I mean, it's a 25-point win, he didn't turn the ball over? Is that just the recipe, or at some point is Stefanski going to demand more?
No, I mean, as long as they're winning and he's showing progress, I would suspect they'll leave him in there. The really interesting question is, how much does he have to do so that they don't draft somebody next year? That's fascinating. So there's 2 questions. Question 1 is, how much does he have to do to stay in there and then not see what Shedeur has? Is question 1. And question 2 is, if he does enough to fend off Shedeur for the whole year, is that enough where they don't draft somebody next year? You guys have some good topics compared to other cities.
Doesn't always feel great. Ross, looking to other NFL cities, Woody Johnson didn't have the best thing to say about the offense and Justin Fields this week at the owners' meetings. Thoughts on the Woody Johnson-Justin Fields bus toss that happened this week?
Yeah, I just don't understand why you would do that. I think he thought that he was defending his head coach, Aaron Glenn, but it seems pretty unnecessary for him to have handled it the way he did. And now I see these reports that Tyrod Taylor is questionable with a day-to-day with a knee injury, so now they might have to start the guy that the owner just said can't complete a pass. I mean, you can't make this stuff up sometimes if you tried.
It felt like we saw Russ broke character on the internet yesterday. What do you make of the idea that him and Sean Payton are now just trading barbs publicly?
Well, I think Payton was clearly taking a dig at him, but it was kind of a subtle one. But obviously it really, really triggered Russell Wilson because he totally escalated it to another level. And I think out of character is a great way to describe it. You don't expect that from him.
All right, Ross, one more. This weekend, we had a gluttony of just ridiculous defensive pass interference calls that altered games. And I think one of the narratives on social media is we've reached a point where we're calling pass interference on either side of the ball too much. Do you think we're too tight with calling pass interference in the NFL right now?
Yes, I do. I think we're too tight with calling everything. If I was commissioner for a day, I would get on the call with all these guys and say, guys, when in doubt, don't throw the flag. That would be my number one messaging to all the officials. When in doubt, don't throw it. Nobody wants more flags. Now, if it's your team and you think the guy got interfered with, you want them to throw it. But if they're consistently only throwing it when it's really obvious, then you can live with that as long as it's even both ways. That would be my I see some of these illegal contacts that get called, some of these holds away from the play. It drives me nuts.
Ross, we know you got a boogie, buddy. We appreciate you. Can't wait to hear you on the call of Vikings-Chargers on Westwood 1 tomorrow night. You're great as always, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, thanks, guys. See you.
Later,
dude.
Oh, he saved it. I was going to be.
Do you think he was on in Pittsburgh for a second?
I was going to be vexed. Why is he surprised that people in sports talk like sports talk?
He was very shocked by that. I don't know why that surprised him as much as it did.
He had already done 7 minutes on fast food, so I didn't want to go back at him on that because I wanted to get some football there.
Yeah,
but I
he
was
really felt like he got his hand caught in the cookie jar. It's like, it's not a big deal that you just offered up the same thing you offered to us, to Pony. That's okay, but it is they're on a platform. The Odyssey app exists. We can all listen to these things.
If we had had time, I would have said, because Jim Costa, my buddy, does mornings. He's going to be on there tomorrow with John Jansen, and I was like, make sure to shout me out on that show. That would show Jim. And we didn't have time for it. I'll text him in. That was Odyssey NFL Insider Ross Tucker Insider Calls, brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side.
Why are they angry?
Well, no, because the first one, you sing it, and this one, I'm giving variety.
Why is Nationwide? Why are they angry at me?
They're on your side. Right?
Why does it sound like Joker?
Oh, I was kind of going for a Batman, like, for the good of Gotham, Nationwide is on your side.
I thought that was Ledger's Joker.
I really feel really bad for anybody's ears that just heard that right now. I hope you weren't listening in large volumes there, or loud volumes even. That being said, Ross had a really interesting thing to say about Kevin Stefanski versus Mike Vrabel. And I feel like this should change in the NFL. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
2020 Sports is powered by Great Lakes Honda West. Looking to get into a new car? Even with credit issues or bankruptcy, Great Lakes Honda can get you in a new car.
My work here is done.
24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
If the answer is Vrabel, I got to know who the offensive coordinator is. And on some level, if the answer is Stefanski, I got to know who the defensive coordinator is. You know, and I think Stefanski's done a really good job having Jim Schwartz as a D coordinator. I think most teams would tell you, or most owners would rather have Stefanski than Vrabel. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. One is Vrabel's personality is not for everybody. And secondly, the concern you have if Vrabel is your head coach typically is that he's not an offensive mind. He's not going to call the offensive plays. So if you have success with him as your head coach, that probably means you're moving the ball, scoring points, probably means your offensive coordinator is going to get a head coaching job elsewhere, which is not what you want.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, answering the question, which head coach you'd rather have, Mike Vrabel or Kevin Stefanski. And it's interesting how each of the last 3 years, this conversation can go a myriad of ways. I think Ross is espousing a pretty common NFL philosophy right now, which is why hire a defensive coach? Because if whoever the OC is, if you have success with them, they're just going to go away. And I think after watching Tampa Bay replace their offensive coordinators 3 straight years, after watching to differing results, but watching Bill Belichick win 6 Super Bowls with Tom Brady, and I want to say 5 different offensive coordinators, I think we've fetishized young offensive-minded head coaches too far in a way that I think has tilted the balance, and I just don't. I think you should be fishing from the defensive coordinator side of things or the defensive backs coach or whatever, the defensive side of the ball, because I just don't think I don't think all the great minds are plucked out there.
I just don't know how it becomes a close race between Vrabel and Stefanski.
Yeah.
How is that the difference between what side of the ball you're on is the difference between what is right now perceived to be one of the best coaches in the game and then Stefanski, who's probably bottom 10 coaches in the game and might be fired after this year?
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought this up, because I think, a year ago when Vrabel got fired in Tennessee, there was this, see, this is why you'd rather have Stefanski. And it was the dumbest victory lap in the world. It's like, no, the Titans are a dumb organization.
Titans are dumb.
And so now you get a year later, and once again, people are like, Vrabel's 4-2, and or was it 5-2, I think. Well, have they had their bye already?
No, they already had. I don't know that answer.
All right. Anyways, they're in a great spot in the AFC East, and the Titans are looking for another head coach.
Yeah, I mean, what the point is Patriots fans this last weekend were laughing. They were laughing about the idea because it really came to a head this weekend. Obviously, the Bills win was a big moment for them this season, but it really came to a head this weekend about how awesome Vrabel has everything and has turned the Patriots back into some formidable team. And it's like it was so obvious though. Everyone knew when the Titans fired Vrabel, they were idiots.
Yeah,
it wasn't hard to figure out.
And I thought it was interesting when Ross said Vrabel's personality isn't for everyone. And I was like, okay, but yet he's won in a place, and he won in a level that the Titans just weren't used to winning at. Like at some point,
he took them to the AFC title game.
Like I'm not trying to say that, I don't know how this is going to come out. My point is, does anybody listen to Kevin Stefanski's press conference every week? And this is my personality.
No, but here's the difference, and this is not something that you and I would sit there and prescribe to and make some sort of big difference and marker between. It's just the idea that Stefanski's a good soldier. Stefanski's he's a yes man in many sense of the word, but he's a good soldier. I can say a lot about Stefanski, but one thing I can confidently say is that he will do your bidding, and he will make sure that he toes the company line, and he will make sure. I mean, he's a perfect employee in every sense of the word, and so I think that is appealing to some people. To me, it's not even close enough to make the difference between what I would do in hiring a head coach, though.
I just think this.
Because Vrabel does go to the cut of his own jib. Vrabel just beats to his own drum.
Yeah, and listen, by the way, I do think that Vrabel had problems with both the GMs he worked with in Tennessee, and that is something you have to deal with. But it's funny, like, I think NFL owners really love this perfect symbiotic relationship with thought partners that get along and say everything. And it's like, yeah, that's also how you get to groupthink. Like, yes, Mike Vrabel can be abrasive. Yes, he can be a D. But he also comes with a standpoint of, this is how I football. As long as you can communicate that, and as long as you have like conflict resolution skills, I don't care if you say everything pretty and nice, but yet NFL owners do, because they come from corporate worlds where it's groupthink, it's yes men, it's, oh, of course, right away, sir, that kind of
and think about it. Bob Kraft has been prepared more than anybody to understand what basically having a coach that's a dictator looks like. And so Vrabel's got the softest landing spot imaginable, because Kraft has been through it all with Belichick. So there's nothing Vrabel can do that would surprise him, that would shock him, and he knows that as long as you have results, Kraft is he's here for the ride. He's more than happy to let you do your thing. I bet that's part of the reason why he ended up there.
I know we haven't talked a lot about Kevin Stefanski in the hot seat this week, because obviously we're coming off a win. That's not where the conversation should be. What I will say is, as this season goes on, and I think the Patriots are going to be in the playoff hunt through most of this season, but as that goes on, if the Browns do start to crater, the conversation will be, Mike Vrabel's the next one that the Browns let get away, as we think back to when he got hired in New England and he was asked, hey, did anybody try and keep you in Cleveland? And he was like, no.
I think that would be one of the most lopsided polls we've ever put out if you asked who you want as your head coach, Mike Vrabel and Kevin Stefanski.
Yes, I agree.
In fact, I'm shocked that Ross even went with Stefanski. I think he knows he's on Cleveland radio, though, and he's got to stick. He's stuck up for Stefanski throughout the stretch. It'd be weird if he started to veer away from it. But in what world are you thinking that Vrabel isn't the better answer?
Well, but why it matters is, because Kevin Stefanski's on his way out. If that's where this ends up going, I'm not fait accompli. There's a real good chance that's the way it goes. But if at the end of the season you let go of Stefanski, you're not going to be staring down a Vrabel. You're not going to be staring down a Belichick or a Pete Carroll. Like, there are no real great proven names this offseason. And I, like a lot of Browns fans, I'm going to be left wondering, hey, did you miss the opportunity to make a clean break with Stefanski last year and hire a guy who could maybe do two things? One, with that personality, impart a real culture of toughness in Cleveland, and two, just give Cleveland something to identify with this organization, which I think is a big reason why we overreact when things don't go well, because lack of trust is formed one of two ways: winning or likability.
Right, but the first part of that might be the biggest reason why the Browns didn't just make a clean break with Stefanski, or really the biggest reason why they're going to stay with Stefanski long term is what I meant to say there, because I agree with you. They should have made a clean break, and then you would have had Vrabel, and everything would have been set up. They didn't do that. Now it almost does feel like they got to see this thing with Stefanski through even further.
Will Mike Vrabel be the next one that got away for the Cleveland Browns, and the one that the Browns could be bringing their way, the rumor that won't go away? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
down as arguably the most disappointing collection of Cavaliers or collection of Cleveland sports teams that we have seen. If you can't get to the East, then forget about the 90s Indians. At least those teams got to the World Series. Like, we are getting to the point where it's like, hey, man, which way you guys going to go? Is Donovan going to be here after all this? Is Evan going to reach his maximum potential? Is he going to be in the MVP conversation?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here on a hump day. We got Ashley Bastock coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk about the rumor that will not go away for the Cleveland Browns, or in fairness, the rest of the NFL. We've got Austin Carr, Mr. Cavalier, coming up at 4 as well. We will of course, be talking about the Cavaliers who return tonight. Donovan Mitchell, been in a couple big moments, a couple big interviews as well that were fun to hear. But the rumor that won't go away for the Browns is the Garrett Wilson rumor. And again, there are legitimate reports that suggest the Jets might be willing to have a fire sale, and guys like Quinnen Williams and Garrett Wilson would be available in that event. But in terms of the stuff linking the Browns to Garrett Wilson, as of now, that is the rumor mill. And those are two very different things. I just think when it comes down to it, what Ross Tucker said when he was on with us about 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, I think he's right when it comes to Garrett Wilson and the Cleveland Browns.
I would strongly consider that if I'm the Browns. I mean, because I know what you guys are going to say is, look what Flacco did with the Bengals. Why can you do it with the Browns? And what I was going to tell you is, have you seen Jamar Chase play football? Even to a lesser extent, T. Higgins. Like, I would take T. Higgins over Jerry Jeudy any day of the week. So that's two Bengals receivers I'd rather have than the Browns' best receiver. I think that's a problem. You know, you're going to have a young quarterback one way or the other. I think it'd really be nice if you had a truly high-end receiver. Jeudy is not that. I don't know that he's ever been that. I know there are some statistical years where he's been pretty good, but I would feel much better about Garrett Wilson than I would Jerry Jeudy moving forward.
I just think it's an obvious move when you have a chance to get guys who could be top 5, top 10, top 15 at their position, and especially when they're 25, 26 years old. As long as the price is right, you make that move.
Well, so that's the thing. I can't find anybody that's saying no right now, and maybe this is where I should have been like, so Ross, would you do it for the first-round pick or would you do it for which first-round pick? Because at this point, it sounds like we're down to the negotiating table side of this. Unless you see a Browns fan that I don't, it does feel like everyone universally is like, yeah, Garrett Wilson, great at football. Let's do that.
Yeah, the only objection that I saw, and I thought it was interesting, is, well, what if it makes the offense too good to be this bad? And I think I've just decided I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that, too. Too good to be this bad? So instead you win 6 or 7 games, and then your draft pick that you're sending off for Wilson isn't that high anyway?
Yeah. Well, I mean, or 6 or 7 games, and if you take the Jacksonville pick, well, now you don't have as much collateral to move up for a quarterback. Yeah, worry about that when that comes. Like, I think we've started to get out of operational order, and I understand, like, I've done it too. When we tanked, I went all the way in on that, right? Hey, I didn't yell as loud as I should when you cut Joe Hayden over like $5 million. When you released 24-year-old Jordan Poyer over like $1.5 million. That, like, those are things that you do that are incredibly dumb to save a minuscule amount of money. With this, the NFL is a talent business. Now, am I a little afraid that I don't know Kevin Stefanski can deal with a big personality wide receiver, which Garrett 100% is, even if he's not as loud as OBJ? Yep. I'll also deal with that when that comes as well.
Do you feel like Andrew Berry at this point would make this type of move? I feel like Andrew Berry, he operates very similar to the Guardians in many respects. It feels like he's got to be on the right end of any trade terms, and he doesn't often end up in a spot where it feels like there's the slightest chance of an overpay.
Yes, and I think that ironically, it might be the place that I trust Andrew Berry completely in, is it's like, whatever the price is that you're going to give for Garrett Wilson is going to be like the lowest price you can give while still making the trade.
Well, that's the hard part, though. I don't see an
A.J. McCarron for a second and a third here.
I trust in him in that belief, but then the hard part there is that I do feel like there's another team out there, and I don't know which team this would be. There's a lot of teams that need wide receiver, and there's a lot of teams, Giants come first of mind, that it would drastically help shape that room. And you're like, there's going to be somebody that's willing to pony up more than what Andrew Berry typically can pony up.
All right, so I don't know that this is why the rumor's out there, but I can understand if you see the Browns linked. If we do end up getting a report from a national person that the Browns are linked to Garrett Wilson, it wouldn't surprise me if a team like the Jets put that out there because people know about Andrew Berry's aggressiveness. Meaning that the Jets might be thinking, all right, who's a person, if we throw this name's connected to this player, people are going to go, oh, that guy's aggressive. He's going to pay some. He's going to, basically drive the sense of urgency for Garrett Wilson. I could see the Browns, if they're not truly interested in making this move because of where they are in their build, I could see them being used in certain talks because I think they have been previously.
I mean, but I just look at Andrew Berry and I see him like the 5th round trade for someone like Amari Cooper. And you look at like the deals like that Andrew Berry's authored up before, it doesn't scream 1st round pick trade for wide receiver. I'd love to see it, but it feels more John Dorsey than it does Andrew Berry.
So I think what's interesting is, I don't know, maybe Garrett Wilson makes you a 6-win or 7-win team as opposed to old 3-win Wilson over here.
Yeah, well, it's a future play, not a this right now play anyway.
I think it's both. I think that's the beauty of the move, is I do think it gives you a better chance to truly, there are no excuses with Dillon Gabriel there, even if the line's still a problem. And the same thing with Shador. Okay, you're giving those guys who you drafted a better chance right now.
Well, I do like that side of it.
To see themselves. And I think it takes some of the pressure off Jerry Jeudy to where he doesn't feel like he has to be the only guy in the world either.
Yeah, because right now it really does feel that way with Jerry Jeudy. When you watch him, the man is pressing every opportunity. He seems like he's desperate for catches. He's desperate to not drop the football.
Well, but talking about desperation, I think we're desperate for hope. And I think that's fair. I think part of the level of anger that I've had on, again, in a season that I didn't think you were going to win many games. And I'm still very angry when I'm seeing a team defeat itself as opposed to being beaten, right? And a lot of that is driven from, it didn't have to get here. Even though I accepted what I thought this season was, it didn't have to get here. The amount of mistakes that they made to make this happen is very frustrating to watch play out in real time. When we talk about significant hope, trading for a playmaker like Garrett Wilson, that's the kind of thing that can inject you in hope. And even if it only takes you to a 6-win team this year, that is a chip that you can say going into next year's draft, if you end up with the 8th pick and you end up the 3rd quarterback off the board, you can go, well, now I don't have to worry about getting that guy number 1 receiver because we got one.
Well, and a small aside on this, and this is not the reason why you make the move, but it's a nice benefactor of this, is that it shuts people like Myles Garrett up. Like Miles will.
I don't think anything's going to shut Miles up.
Well, he'll still complain, but it won't be. It won't be to the degree. I think the frustration with Miles has always been when it feels like just nobody else around him is giving nearly the effort or trying as hard as he is. I feel like that's when he gets agitated the most, or when he feels like he's playing for nothing. Essentially, if you trade for Garrett Wilson, you're not going to make the playoffs, but you no longer have that thought of every week is just going through the motions.
Well, and whether it's Miles, and again, I don't
That's a jolt to the locker room in a positive way.
Just a real quick circle back, because the way I answered it, people might take it as a shot at Miles. I don't think there's anything that should shut Miles up this year if you're going to end up being a 5 or 6 win team.
I like you trying to correct a shot at Miles there. That's fine.
Well, because I went very hard at him on Friday. I wasn't taking a shot there. And I like to, when I take a shot, you'll know I take a shot. However, with this, I think it's
It'd be
just
funny if Miles is like, that's the one. Dang it.
Or if he was like,
that Nick, that's the final straw, Nick.
He's like, oh, he didn't take a shot, and he just checks that off the list. Okay, only one real aggressive shot in the last.
He's Buscemi in the Adam Sandler movie.
Oh God, Billy Madison.
There we go.
Why did I struggle so hard with that? A movie I've watched 100 times now.
Miles putting the lipstick on his face.
I do think it's just easy
Crossing
to
Nick's
check
name off.
Another thing off the list, though. That's one of the reasons why. Again, if I didn't think Garrett Wilson was a number 1 receiver, if I thought he was like Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle at point, I think it was year 2, had 1,300 yards, and I remember thinking they've got 2 number 1s. And then I watched him play the next 3 years.
The rest of his career happened, yeah.
Garrett's been a very consistent, productive player, 1,100 yards, 1,200 yards.
With bad quarterbacks.
And I think it's just another easy thing to check off your list. Okay, now I've got a great running back in Quinshawn. I've got a great wide receiver 1 in Garrett Wilson, a very nice wide receiver 2 in Judy, 1 or 2 starting tight ends, depending what you do with Njoku and Fannin. So then your checklist this offseason on the offensive side is get the young quarterback or get a veteran quarterback of substance and rebuild that offensive line. That feels very manageable in one offseason.
What you get to do is then try to do what the Bears did this last offseason, where they just put everything towards the offensive and really just the offensive line and getting that center and the 2 guard spots figured out. Like that's then you get to mimic what Ben Johnson did, and it's a different conversation than what we're currently having around this team. I do find it interesting, and rightfully so. The amount of people that love him because of Ohio State is one thing, but we have to think about the age in this, because so many people are like, well, where's the conversations when it came to A.J. Brown? Because A.J. Brown, we didn't have these conversations. A.J. Brown is being shopped around to everybody. Patriots are going to be interested in that. Like, there's all sorts of teams that are in on the A.J. Brown sweepstakes. We're not one of them. Mm-hmm. That's a different story to me than what Wilson offers up.
A.J. also is making $30+ million a year, and I think Garrett's making like 20, 22, 23, somewhere in there.
We just want a Wilson Browns jersey, don't you? That's what you really want.
That too. No,
that's an easy buy.
A fat man does not look good in single-digit numbers. Even if he was number 10, right? Isn't that what he is now? Even if he was number 10.
No, he's 17.
Number 17? Yeah, nope. I look good in some linebacker jerseys, but I look good in the 60s, 70s, and 90s. That's where I look good at.
Yeah, but it's your last name.
Yeah, don't care. Gonna have to ask him, like, Garrett, can you do me a favor and be 99?
Can you choose 87?
Can you choose a nose tackle number just for me so I won't look ridiculous? I think
it's an auto buy. I think if it's your last name and the player plays for your hometown team, I think it's an auto buy.
But then I'll be like, no, it's for my name, because that's my name.
Well, yeah, and that might be an argument in and of itself. He comes on the station and you're like, so Garrett, I'm the Wilson in town, just so you know, and we'll see how that goes.
Somewhere back, we're related, so keep it in the family.
This is like your rule at the station where you're the only Nick, and if any other Nick is like Padone, has to be addressed by his last name.
And then we get Henry Louis Gates on the show, and then it gets really uncomfortable for a small amount of time. That guy in Cleveland, Bunge or Bob, saying if it's a second and a player, depending on the player, I'd feel more comfortable with the trade for Wilson than I would be in trading a first.
Again, but this is not. You're not drunk at 3 a.m. This isn't Xbox. Like, you have to a second round pick.
It is the Jets.
But a second round pick isn't going to get it done.
Who are usually drunk at 3 a.m.
They
playing Xbox.
They know you have 2 first, and they're going to start the conversation at 1 first, and then we go from there. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see if Andrew Berry wants to bite at this one.
Yeah, fair. But if you were to get him for a second, the laser eyes beams would just be out of control.
How about that second and Harold Fannin?
Look at.
He almost told me, with his eyes, he told me, you shut your dirty mouth, is what he told me right there.
Yeah. There was a different word. Dirty, but then there was a word before that. 216-474-0092. The rumor that will not go away is that the Browns have significant interest in trading for Garrett Wilson. How much would the Garrett Wilson move change your viewpoint of where the Browns are at? That is a gigantic piece that you can check off the board for the next 5 years for the Cleveland Browns. We'll ask that of Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com, though, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. FanDuel's my home for parlays, right? That's my favorite type of bet you can possibly have. But if you missed the start of the game or you want to ride the hot hand,
of the week. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Austin Carr coming up in about 40 minutes here. Mr. Cavalier will join us as we get you ready for the Cavs' return to play here. Obviously, we've been talking some Browns here, the Garrett Wilson rumors that seem to never go away. So we got that to talk about. We've got Browns versus Patriots to get into, and every single Wednesday at 3:20, we're joined by Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com. She joins us right now on the Fan Hotline. Ashley, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, guys, as usual.
Well, it is great to have you. We actually will get into a little Cavs because I know you're also a Cavs fan as well. May I ask you, though, Garrett Wilson, is it, if he is truly available, is that right time, right place for the Cleveland Browns to go try and make that move?
So, it's interesting. Like, I hadn't actually even really heard or been paying much attention about this, which to me kind of signals like, okay, this is probably a lot of outside chatter more than anything, more than something substantial inside the building. But look, I mean, never say never, right? My colleague Mary Kay Cabot has reported that they probably are actually more likely to be buyers versus having a fire sale ahead of the trade deadline. So it's interesting. Garrett Wilson was a guy in that 2022 draft that we were really hyper fixated on for a while before the Deshaun Watson trade happened. But, at the same time, they, as an organization, are so valuing this upcoming draft and having those 2 first-round picks. So it depends on, I would say, how much they like him. Is that worth giving up what you would have to give up in order to get him? But again, I think for right now, to me, this feels like a lot of outside chatter more than anything, but this receiving room certainly could use some help. They don't have a true passing threat right now. I mean, and that's partially the fault, I think, of everyone, right? The quarterback play, the pass catchers they do have, and what they've done to get them open. But overall, to me, the Garrett Wilson stuff feels like kind of a lot of outside chatter and, fodder among us more than something coming out of the building necessarily here.
Obviously, you believe in the reporting from Mary Kay, but do you believe that this is how this all go down, that they will be buyers more than sellers at this deadline then?
I do. I think it makes sense, and I think they really, will look to kind of fill some things out. And look, I think we've seen the moves that they've made already. And I think while people were bumping on them at first, this idea of trading Flacco, to me, that move was more about them getting a pick for a player they weren't planning on playing anymore. And the discussion about should they have been able to get more out of Joe Flacco, that's a separate discussion. I think they went with the draft pick there. And then Greg Newsome for Tyson Campbell. I've been really impressed with Tyson Campbell so far. I love how fast he is. He's a bigger corner. He adds something to that room that they didn't have. And he's played really well. So, none of this is signaling fire sale to me. I would expect them to, hopefully add some more pieces offensively. Look, I still think they need offensive line help. I would be calling about tackles, too. I'd be calling about pass catchers, just because you need to do something to open up this run game. So I could see how it makes sense, because you still need that offense to function, even if you're accepting, okay, we're not Super Bowl contenders this year. This is not the last couple of years. You need things to be functioning at a higher clip than they are currently.
Ashley, we've had some debates on the show about Dillon Gabriel and his performance through the first 3 games. What grade would you give Dillon's performance over the first 3 games of his Browns career?
Ooh, over the first 3 games, let's see. I know wins and losses not technically a quarterback stat, but we got 1 win, no interceptions, but nothing too risky, right? So for me, I don't know, like that seems like kind of in the middle, like are we maybe a C plus B minus sort of range, like just because of the no turnovers, but there's not been anything spectacular to me to earn a super high grade. Now, I don't know if they are being overly conservative with him. That was kind of a discussion, with Kevin Stefanski today, and he talked about not being conservative for the case of being conservative, like just in the hopes of not turning the ball over. But to me, that's felt like a lot of what we watched. Now, how much of that is Dillon Gabriel's fault versus the play calling versus the game plan? I think it falls more on the latter. But then again, with Dillon, you look at especially that like Steelers game, right? And some of those throws were not super accurate. So I think it'd probably be more in like the C plus range for me when I sit here and think about each of these 3 starts and what he's done not so well versus what he has done well. I think there's still more they need to try to open up with him.
What did you make of the admission from Kevin Stefanski today about how he handles Dillon Gabriel getting the first team reps and Shedeur Sanders getting none of them?
I really didn't make much of it. I know it's a story that people are going to talk about because everyone wants to or is curious to know about how Shedeur Sanders is doing, what they are doing with him. But it was something that, to me, just felt pretty standard. And people are saying, well, Dillon got first-team reps when Joe was here. I think that was a little different because, like, Joe Flacco is such a veteran. And on top of it, when Dillon would get reps, it would maybe be like 1 or 2 reps to close out a drill is typically the standard. Again, we can't watch practice, so we're not getting a breakdown by breakdown of snaps and reps and the things we do in training camp. But that is typically how it goes, is your backup would get 1 or 2 reps to close out drills here or there. And Joe, I was saying earlier today, like he doesn't need to, and he probably shouldn't be taking every single rep in practice in the lead up to a game. You don't need it at that stage of his career. For Dillon Gabriel, it is different. He is a rookie. I think you do need all the reps you can get at this point, and to get him back into the swing of things. So on top of it, we do know like they're essentially like 2 spotting sort of still, with Shedeur Sanders getting plenty of reps on other fields and obviously doing the scout team stuff he's doing. And Mary Kay has reported before, he's going on Fridays and working out with VW players on his own to get more reps. So it's not like he's standing there and not doing anything just because he's not getting those 1 or 2 reps at the end of drills and practice behind Dillon.
All right, Ashley, I'm interested as we start to look to this Patriots game. How big of a challenge? I know we're coming off the first 6 games, impossible. The 7th game, quite possible. Where do you or how do you stack up this Patriots team in terms of maybe the challenge the Browns have on their hands on Sunday?
Yeah, I think it's somewhere in the middle. The Patriots have a 5-2 record, but you look at their 5 wins. They came against Miami, Carolina, New Orleans, Tennessee, and Buffalo. Like, of those 5 wins, Buffalo is far and away the best team. Now, where I think the challenge is the Mike Vrabel factor. He's obviously he was a coaching consultant last year. He knows Jim Schwartz very well. Jim Schwartz was on his staff as a consultant when Braves was still in Tennessee. So there's an element of familiarity there. The other thing to know about this New England team is the fact that they are one of the best run defenses in the league. They're currently number 3, giving up an average of 77.1 yards per game, and also number 3 in only 3.4 yards per play. So that is an interesting sort of thing to think about when you think about where the Browns are with this offense and how Quinshon Judkins has been, I think, easier in recent weeks to game plan for. Now, he still had 80-plus yards against the Dolphins, but they were a bad run defense. The Patriots have not surrendered 50 yards to a single running back through their first 7 games this year. And that's something that's never happened in franchise history, according to their game notes. So that to me is the interesting element of this game. Are the Browns going to be able to do anything to allow Quinshon Judkins to break free? Now, the flip side of that, I do think this Browns defense, Mike Vrabel even said it today in his press conference talking to New England reporters, this is the toughest defense that they have faced. So two kind of unknowns there, I guess, on both sides because of each of these teams' defenses right now.
So what you're saying is fans are going to be yelling at Stefanski for not running the ball in the third quarter.
Yeah.
And Nick
that's
Wilson.
basically probably what's going to happen. Fans and Nick Wilson are going to be upset, potentially.
It's going to be really awkward if Dylan Gabriel's just tossing 58 times and dropping back 58 times as well in the process. Everyone's going to be like, "Oh, I thought you learned, Kevin." But like the game plan, if like Stefanski plays matchups, I feel like to a large degree, and so it wouldn't surprise me if that's how it goes, Ashley.
Yeah, and look, Pittsburgh, we saw what happened there, right? They were struggling early, and they got away from the run. And, you know, the reasoning of, well, we were down. Well, you were, but for most of the first half, it was like 9-0. This was by no means a sealed victory for the Patriots. And, oh, no, we're running out of time. And they got away from the run well before halftime. So I think you're going to, if it's really the best functioning part of your offense, it's going to have to be something like we saw with the Dolphins, where there were some negative yardage plays, some things that didn't work early, but they've stuck with it and were, you know, still going back to Quinshon Judkins, and it was enough to get some things going.
Ashley, last year, I was motivated to move off Kevin Stefanski because you had Vrabel in the building. And obviously that didn't happen. Stefanski's back this year. But there is some questioning about, you know, if you go 3-14 or if you go 4-13, whether you might have to make a head coaching change there. And it got me thinking about why I was comfortable last year. It was because Vrabel was there. I considered that to be an upgrade. So that's the root of the question now that I've given you my opinion and 60 seconds of airtime. So I'll ask you, specific to this year, as we kind of look at the end of the year, if they're deliberating a change there, how hard do you think it would be to upgrade on Kevin Stefanski this offseason?
It's a good question. And, you know, even last offseason, my kind of thought process was, well, if you would decide to move on, like Kevin Stefanski would be probably the top coaching candidate in that cycle. Like it probably would have been him and Vrabel, right? So that is where it gets interesting. Like I still think I'm in the same spot with this team. Like I'm not feeling or getting the vibe that they are thinking about changes. Again, I think so much comes back to this year's draft, and they knew coming into this year what the quarterback situation was, that it wasn't necessarily ideal in terms of having that guy for the future, and you know it, and everything is fine and dandy, and you're going to build around one person. I mean, this was an open competition between four guys. So I feel like they're kind of in the same spot. I feel like I think about it similarly. Look, if they made a change, I think he would be a pretty sought-after candidate. And I mean, ironically in all this, Mike Vrabel is kind of the example of why you make that change and it doesn't quite work. I mean, look what's happening in Tennessee right now. Like, they had some down years, they let him go, and now they had to fire Brian Callahan after the first 6 games this year. He couldn't even make it through 2 seasons. So it just kind of goes to show the grass might not always be greener in some of these cases.
Ashley, should we be using the Patriots as one of the success stories of how to basically just turn it around and have it not take forever in order to do so after moving on from head coaches, et cetera?
I mean, you can look at it like that, right? But I guess my cautious take would be what I said at the beginning of this, that yes, they're 5-2, but 4 of the teams they've beaten have been some not so great teams, including a team that this 2-5 Browns team has also beaten. So you kind of got to see how the season plays out, but I do think it's a testament to how important the culture of like a head coach can be and what they've done with Mike Vrabel there, and how tough-nosed they are and what he's established there. I think that's definitely something to take away. And look, when Jerron Mayo wasn't working out there, they moved on, right? Like they felt like it was time to move on. They thought they would have a chance to get Vrabel, and it was a move that paid off. But I think all those things had to kind of coalesce, and he had to be available, and they had to think he was the right guy. So again, it's one of those things that it's a testament to him and the work he's done, but it can still be very hard to predict. Like, obviously, if it was easy to carbon copy that exact plan, every team in the NFL that had a losing record would do it.
Ashley, we know the main responsibility of Cleveland.com is as the Browns beat and part of that, but you also cover some Cavs as well. People have said there's a discernible lack of buzz. I actually push back and say I just think it's a lack of drama. How do you perceive where things are with the Cavaliers heading into the season?
I mean, that's maybe a good way to put it, right? A lack of drama. But look, it's so tough because Cleveland is such a football town. Like, I think when the Browns are playing, that is so much of where fans' attention goes. I also think, look, it's the nature of an NBA season. There's 82 regular season games. So right now, when we sit here at the end of October, people might not be dialed in the same way unless the Cavs go on an amazing win streak like they did last year. So I think there are questions about the Cavs, right? And you look at how they've done in the postseason each of the last handful of years and when they've gotten eliminated, and how can this team get over that hump? But it does feel like overall just the number of games, the nature of the sport, it sort of lends itself to less drama right now when they're a young team that, quite honestly, I think the way they've performed over the last 5 years has been ahead of schedule in a lot of ways. So fans have mostly had pleasant surprises with them as opposed to the Browns, where there have been these really high expectations and then outside of 2023, really them not meeting them. So it's kind of a tale of two teams to me in that way.
Ashley, I'd really like to commend us here for not making it weird in this one.
I thought we did a really good job.
Like it's been a while.
Well.
I was so close to talking about you carving Paul Anka into a pumpkin and going down that road, and I thought it came out really nicely, and that'll just be our nice compliment of the day.
Yeah.
That I appreciate it. I freehanded that, by the way, so I think I have a hidden talent. That
you got a real talent for that.
I know. I just should. That could be my side hustle. I don't know how lucrative it would be to say, hey, I can freehand carve my dog into a pumpkin. Like, do you want 14 of them? I don't know how much money I would make, but I'm very proud of it. It's on my Twitter. Folks can find it there.
You never know until you try. Ashley, great stuff as always. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com. She joins us every single Wednesday at 3:20. Great stuff on the Cleveland Browns. We'll react to what she had to say on the Browns, this Patriots game, and how they're approaching the deadline in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
like this.
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
None of this is signaling fire sale to me. I would expect them to, hopefully add some more pieces offensively. Look, I still think they need offensive line help. I would be calling about tackles too. I'd be calling about pass catchers just because you need to do something to open up this run game. So I could see how it makes sense because you still need that offense to function. Even if you're accepting, okay, we're not like Super Bowl contenders this year. This is not like the last couple of years. You need things to be functioning at a higher clip than they are currently.
Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com in her weekly appearance with us. You guys just heard it. I think it's interesting, the idea that the Browns could be buyers this year instead of sellers. I think that certainly is indicates a power position for Andrew Berry keeping his job.
It's just a different mentality than what we've been going with all the way up until this point. And now you're seeing the reports from Mary Kay Cabot. ESPN did a whole trade piece thing, like the top 25 most valuable trade targets. Jerome Ford was listed at like 24. Nobody else was in there, though. Like, Njoku was conspicuously absent from that list. Like, I do feel like, and it wraps around the Garrett Wilson conversation, but if they turn into buyers instead of sellers, then yes, that is a green light for Andrew Berry in many ways.
I mean, listen, I think Andrew Berry believes ultimate success lies in how much you choose to listen. And I think they understand
that's a good one.
That listening is the key. You're always listening. You're always thinking about making moves. You're always thinking about making the team better, whether it's now or in the future.
And success does lie in how much you choose to listen.
Many, many people have said that. Many good football people have said that as well. Everything is price dependent, though. Right? Like if you take a swing on a left tackle, but it's like when Trent Williams was traded in 2020, that's when the Browns needed a tackle, and I think it was like a third and a fifth for Trent Williams. Mm-hmm. And the idea was, I think he was 31 at the time, had health issues. Well, that guy has paid off, incredible dividends for a third and a fifth. That would be the kind of situation I'd be interested in if you thought a guy had 5 more years and he could find a left tackle for that next quarter. Like, that's the kind of things I'm thinking about.
I know. The problem is that it does feel like in today's NFL, it feels like we have a lot more people that are in the buyers category than the sellers category. And I think this is really tough to end up in one of those spots where even like a couple years ago, we get a 5th-round pick for Amari Cooper. And maybe this is just how the formatting is right now. Maybe it's just the setup of the NFL right now. It seems pretty obvious for like 97, 98% of basically every team not named the Browns where you should be lying in this circle.
Listen, Cleveland is a traditional city, and it's a very loyal city. So I understand. It's a very
when you
proud
see the progress
city.
that we have. Yes.
When you see the progress, it's a proud city. And I think the point is, I think we're geared to think buyer or seller. The Guardians have already showed you that doesn't really exist anymore. You're always buying and selling. You're always trying to find ways to make the pieces fit together. I think the Browns are in the same way. But again, to what you're saying, there's a very good point of like, hey, if you're not going to re-sign David Njoku and somebody offers you a 3rd-round pick, you'd be foolish not to do it. If Ethan Posick, there's a huge need for offensive line in the NFL right now. Mm-hmm. You've got Luke Whippler behind Ethan Posick. If somebody says, you give us a 7 and we'll give you a 4 for Ethan Posick, you do it, right?
Yeah,
like
but those
are the things you cannot pass up on.
Trying to thread that needle, though, is what I think is interesting. But I do think, at least in the Garrett Wilson discussion, how big a fish they go and how big game hunting they go, like that'll dictate a lot of how we perceive this team and how we perceive Andrew Berry's job.
I want Andrew Berry to do a good job and to do right? To do a good job, to do right by his family, by that team, by that organization. And I think that means being open to whatever comes this way. I think to your point, though, it's easier to be a seller right now than it is to be a buyer.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I honestly, I'd not heard much chatter about the idea that they're buyers, and now Ashley's on here. Mary Kay's obviously writing pieces about it. Like, we know how plugged in those two are. It's a new and different development, all things considered. It almost makes you wonder if this team Yes, they're planning for next year, but it also makes you wonder if in the back of their brain they just think they've unlocked something, and it can't be with that win last week, but something that tells them that they're going to be able to rack up a 6, 7, 8, 9 win season potentially this year, which I think is crazy.
6, 7. Now, all this being said, I do want to get to a quick rumor. Obviously, with a couple coaching situations open up there, Florida's open up, Penn State is open up. I know the Matt Campbell to Happy Valley thing is interesting.
Oh, Matt Campbell in another job search, huh?
Here's my problem. Again, you don't need a program builder in Penn State, right? You need somebody to just step in and win some damn games. I think it's interesting. I think Florida State's coach is about to get fired. And I don't think Deion's going to get it. I think Deion should be the head coach of the Florida State Seminoles.
Wonder if Deion feels slighted because the last time that job opened up, they decided they didn't want him. And if I were him, I could imagine holding a grudge on that.
I can imagine it. I would.
It was his dream job forever. Though.
And I'll tell you this: if I was Florida, I would call up Deion and
that'd be really funny.
Just a troll.
That'd be really funny.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I was thinking about this earlier today because it's funny. We were worried. Well, in a year, if Kevin Stefanski gets fired, is where we have to worry about Deion, that kind of stuff. It's funny. I really do think Deion, even in the midst of a lost season in Colorado, where they're juggling a lot, I think Deion to Florida State should be the play. I think they need a relevance guy there.
Here's what's nice about Colorado for Deion, though, is that they're paying him an extraordinary amount of money, and the expectation, it's not the same as at Florida State.
No, it isn't, but I think that's also the limitations at Colorado. They're significant as compared to Florida State. Like, what's the big problem with Florida State? It's trying to get the money rounded up. It's trying to get the excitement back in the program.
Now for Norvell, it's going 1-11 in the ACC.
But I mean, even before that, it was Willie Taggart. Like all the guys they've got, it's not that they're bad football coaches. It's they're not splashy and they're not good enough football coaches. They're not bad football coaches, but they're not good enough. They're not elite coaches, and they're certainly not elite profile guys. I mean, at this point, you failed. You brought in the hot coach. Why the hell not bring Deion in? I know that's an awful reason, but it's like at this point, like, why the hell not?
No, it's not. It's not really their call at this point to me. It's Deion's call, and that's the part that I find the most interesting. Like if Deion says yes, I want to go, I think Florida State says okay, thanks, come on over.
Oh, I don't. I know.
Look at it. Like the other guys,
Deion has the power he did a year ago.
No, but we're talking about the other replacements and the other guys for the NFL head coaching spot. Like let's talk about it for the college ranks too. The big fish. I'm gonna use it for the second time this segment. Lane Kiffin. I don't think Lane Kiffin's choosing Florida State over either Penn State or even Florida. I also don't think he's leaving Ole Miss.
Yeah.
And outside of that, what are you down to now? You have Mike Elko. You're going to try to get him from Texas A&M. Mm-hmm. Is that the next on the list? Are you going to go after the UCF head coach? Is that like are we just going down that way? Like
his name's Scott Frost. He's a person.
It's not. There's just not that much there right now, and I feel like that's the real problem within that discussion.
Kenny Dillingham. That dude, I don't know where he's going to end up. That dude's getting the biggest raise in history because of what you just said there. Because it's going to be him. Matt Rule might get a big raise out of this and maybe a new zip code. Same thing with Matt Campbell. But again, like that's what kills me. Like Dillingham, I kind of get. He still hasn't won anything. Like we're in the coaching abyss right now, and it's not just in college; it's in the pros as well. Where like when I mentioned to Ross Tucker and Ashley, it's like a year ago, it was like, of course, I can fire Kevin Stefanski because I have a known quantity ahead of me in Mike Vrabel. I don't have that guy now.
I mean, think about it. James Franklin was in everyone's top 10 list for head coaches that everyone came out with this year.
Yeah, and by the way, he's going to be getting another job, and it's going to be a good job. If he wants one.
James Franklin to Florida State.
Knowles fans deserve so much better. 216-474-0092.
I saw a tweet the other day that James Franklin, that Mike Tomlin is the NFL's version of James Franklin. I thought you'd appreciate that.
Should Florida State hire Deion Sanders? That's a no comment from Nick Wilson. Austin Carr, Mr. Cavalier, gets us ready with some Cavs buzz. And what are the expectations for the Cavaliers? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
KC Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
A bold idea for college football, and it has to do with one young coach in one specific school.
And I have a theory when it comes to performance in professional sports is the legal stuff actually more effective than the old illegal stuff.
It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I bet your sweet Bippy boyo.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Austin Carr now coming up in 20 minutes. His AC had to move for a scheduling thing there, so we'll work to get AC on the show in about 20 minutes now. The Cavaliers back. Cavs, Knicks. It kills me a little bit, just a little bit, that Karl Anthony Towns been downgraded, that you are missing Hart, you are missing Mitchell Robinson. Listen, we're missing Darius Garland, but at least we got Donovan going, you've got Evan Mobley going, you've got Jarrett going. I hate, and I know you can't do anything about injuries, but I just hate when that opening matchup, you just can't have everybody going for both teams.
I know, it almost feels like it's like the unwritten rule across the NBA that at night one, you at least got to give it your very best. At least it definitely felt like last night with the debut of NBC back in the basketball arena. It was like, all right, both those teams are playing their butt off. Both those teams are doing everything they can. And we don't have that right now. By the way, the Vegas is not really adjusted their spread at all, so maybe that's a good sign for Cat playing. I'm not sure.
I thought the Cavs moved to 2-point favorites.
We're 1.5.
Oh, 1.5.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody tweeted that out. I don't know who, clearly, because I'd be saying their name right now, but. I'm excited to have Cavs basketball back. So I wanted to, because I don't think we were kind of up against it because we had Ross at 2:20 today. And again, Ross, if you missed him, usually at 4 o'clock on Afternoon Drive, I had to move up because he's on the Chargers-Vikings call on Westwood 1 tomorrow. So at 2:20, we had Ross, if you missed that. I said I don't think of it as like a lack of buzz with the Cavaliers. I see it as like a lack of drama because we don't have to worry about Donovan, right? I think they were pretty clear they weren't trading Darius or Jared Allen this offseason, despite the injuries and the maybe falling short in the Indiana series. I look at it as just a lack of drama from the Cleveland side of things as opposed to a lack of buzz. And I also look at it as just total trust in what the Cavs have done, because I think they're going to deliver in the regular season. At the very least.
But I also think there's some hesitancy from the fans with the idea that if it doesn't work out this year, you really kind of have to wonder if it's ever going to work out. I mean, you're a 64-win team last year. At some point, you're going to break through is the predominant thought. At least it should be when you have a 64-win team. 64-win teams typically do at some point break through, and then it just becomes obvious.
It's funny. Like, listen, this is a very tough thing to gauge here because we all have our little circle of friends and we have our circle of people we know. I haven't heard one person even worry about that. All I've heard
about
is
not breaking through.
Yeah, all I've heard is because that's a April and May thought. I think all I've heard from any Cavs fan in my life is I'm just so excited they're back, and I can't wait for the good vibes to roll on because I trust that to happen, whereas the Browns piss me off every Sunday.
Well, the Browns do piss you off every Sunday. That's fair. That is a guarantee. It's funny. I was talking to my brother-in-law about this because he's a massive basketball fan in general, and I was like, yeah, we're not really doing much in the discussion department because I think it's more the idea that there's not many things to really complain about. Mm-hmm. We know what the team is. It's not like if Atkinson has this team as a 52-win team this year and they get bounced out in the second round of the playoffs again, people are like, well, Atkinson sucks and deserves to be fired. That's not really going to be the case. And we'll have some real conversations about what happens with Donovan and these guys moving forward, but I think at this point, people just want to soak it in and take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think sometimes. So the Cavs are awesome to just be a fan of. But from the sports talk side of things, there's not a lot of there. You know what I mean? Like, what's your biggest regular season question? Well, how do you handle Darius's absence, and what do you think about Lonzo Ball? Those are real questions, but there's not like a sizzle to those things. It's the NBA has been built on rivalries and drama, and right now, I don't really see a clear threat in the East. It doesn't mean they're not there, but I don't see a clear threat in the East that the average Cavs fan would register.
I see way more threats in the West. I think there might be 3 teams better than the Cavs in the West, but we don't play in the West.
And I kind of look at Lonzo Ball and I'm like, well, I'm not so worried about whether he plays 40 games or 60 games this year. I'm worried if he's going to be healthy for the playoffs because I think that's where his impact will truly be felt.
Well, and the differences are going to be in the margins in many ways, and it's going to be, does Evan Mobley continue trying to shoot more three-pointers? Does Donovan have another place that his game can get to? Do we hand off the idea that Mobley is now going to be better than Donovan? Does that happen at some point this season? Like, there's a lot of little things that could happen, and it won't happen in the blink of an eye. It'll happen over a 3, 4, 5 month, really, adventure.
Well, that's what's interesting about then this piece of sound. LeBron James, and it has just been a wild week for LeBron.
Well, LeBron, he's not even reacting on the bench. Apparently, that's a big problem for a lot of people.
We had the game last night. Apparently,
eating pizza with a fork.
Eating pizza with a fork. There was the Westbrook stuff from the Jovan Buha book that came out. I said Buha weird because I was trying to pass air through me and not burp into the microphone. Jovan Buha book.
A ghost that decided to laugh.
I was actually it was the name of the bad guy from Ghostbusters 2, which I was also confusing it with. But the book where Russell Westbrook just thought he was a total fake ass clown. You have all these things going on. Well,
does that mean Mac is now scared of LeBron?
All right, Mac. LeBron comes up and says you can do a 60-minute live interview on your TikTok.
The Decision 2.0, but not the alcohol ad this time.
But I have to have clown face paint and a red nose
remember,
on.
he dressed up as It one year for Halloween.
Yeah,
he dressed up in the It costume.
But it's on
that
Halloween, and I'm going to a Halloween party. And but so I'm going to be looking like a clown. Would you do it?
I think I would have to bite the bullet and do it.
I don't think you're that afraid of clowns, man. All right?
That was not an I'm afraid of clowns answer.
Clownatoots would be something you'd be into, or at the very least could get over. And now LeBron, life-changing interview, you could sit there and grin and bear it with LeBron as It. I think you've got your answer. I don't think you're really that afraid of clowns. I think you just are kind of mid on clowns.
I don't really know how to respond to that. I'm not a fan of clowns. That's how I've always said it. That's how I've always been, dude.
It sounds more like you're like Clown Switzerland.
When you guys did your lunch yesterday together, did any part of you think that a clownatoot was coming along with Nick?
No, not at all.
Not even like in the slightest bit in the back of your mind. I'm like, he wouldn't, but maybe he would.
Zero chance.
But maybe he would.
Well, see, now I wish I would have. Now I wish I would have explained to Vanessa why that specific thing's going to show up on the credit card. I was like, no, it's not for me. It's for Mac. We're conquering his fears and his loneliness in one swipe of the card.
I like that you're paying for it with a credit card.
Yeah. Wow.
You think the clownatoot's got like Apple Pay or something?
He's a square.
I gotta put it on the books. I'm an honest man.
You want the tax write-off associated with that?
That's a business expense.
It's a show bit.
Yeah, getting our board op, getting him free of the fear of clowns, while also getting him a little amorous affection. Yeah, that's a business expense.
Hey, so what did LeBron say?
So LeBron was on the Mind the Game pod. That's a good transition. Mind the Game pod, and talked about which team in the NBA has the most pressure on them heading into this season.
You think about Milwaukee now, where they can play with Giannis and Miles now.
That's right.
You think about Cleveland, with Allen and Mobley. They have to be able to, complement one another. So
that one's under a little pressure this year, I think.
Oh, that whole
at the end, they're going to be great. Yeah. They're going to be great. And
I think they're under the most pressure of any team coming into the season.
So it's interesting. I initially would LeBron go. Is there another agenda there with LeBron, or is this a straight up thing that he thinks? As somebody who's been wildly complimentary of these Cavaliers, I couldn't find the obvious agenda that would be like, oh, he's playing games.
Well, I think the idea is that you prop them up, so then when they fail, then you seem better in hindsight with everything. Like if there was an avenue and a back channel that LeBron had maybe tried to get to Cleveland and the door had been shut on that, and they're like, no, we got a good thing going, we don't really need you, then you would make these type of comments. I'm not saying that's how it went down, but like if I'm trying to find the agenda attached to it all, that would be one way.
I just look at this and I go, I tend to believe that we overrate pressure on like a big scale across like a whole season. I think we overrate and maybe sometimes conflate what that really means. I think the Cavs will have pressure on them if they struggle with health and injuries in the regular season. That's the only time I think they'll feel pressure. When it comes to the playoffs, I think you've proven you can win in the playoffs. I think the pressure grows with each round. But I don't think it's anything like now. Like I think it's I think it's 6 months from now. And again, I think it only happens that once you get into the second round to see if you can get over that hump.
Well, I mean, the hourglass is ticking, though, and I think they know that, especially if you're someone like Donovan. Like, this might be the last year that Donovan could win an NBA title, and people say it's Donovan Mitchell's title. I don't know how much he cares about that. I think he just wants to win a title, but people in the NBA do care. Ask Kevin Durant. People care about who gets the designation for whose title it is. And even within that, like, we're 2 years away, as Jason Voigt has written a million times, about drastic changes on this team having to happen because you spend more money than anybody else in the NBA.
But do you feel like the players individually feel that pressure?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a pressure on this team to perform and to perform at a high level. I really do think that, only because they haven't in the past.
But I think the pressure is we've got to probably win 50 games, right? And then we got to be a top 6 seed. I think, but I think that's the pressure for teams in there.
But I think winning 50 games and being a top 6 seed and losing in the second round again, I think that's an absolute failure for this team.
If you're Donovan, why would you give a rip about the tax bill that Dan's got to pay in 2 more years?
You're not cared about the tax bill, but you are cared about how you're perceived. He's talked about it openly so many times about his perception across the NBA.
Isn't that every NBA player and every NBA star that doesn't have a title yet?
He's never made a conference finals. And so, like, I think there is something to the idea that Donovan, he understands you only have so many years in the NBA, and he's got to make it count. And this is one of the few times where this is his team.
But I don't think he carries it from day to day. I don't think he sits out there in practice and he's going to the lane and he's thinking, do people think I'm an MVP? Like, I don't think that's the way the guys carry this stuff around. I think it's like any job.
I mean, I do think it varies from player to player. I think Kobe carried that stuff around him all the time. I think it's been well documented how he carried that stuff around with him. I don't know that Donovan is that guy, though. I don't know that Donovan carries it like that.
I always thought the Kobe stuff was a little performative. I always thought the Michael stuff was performative. Like, and I'll say it because LeBron's my favorite player. I think the LeBron stuff, it's performative. I think it's a good narrative to be like, mama mentality, right? It's like, no, you just work really, really hard. All right? You didn't have to be a D. You would have been a really great player. You're just using some personality defect as a way to sell. Like, these guys are great at marketing. And I buy that, but, like, I don't know. In terms of the pressure, I don't think hardly anybody in the NBA is feeling pressure going into the season unless you have something to prove in the regular season, which the Cavs don't. I think there's 100 billion things that impacts the idea of pressure. I think it's way overstated. I don't think the Cavs have more pressure than anybody. The Knicks have pressure. They just fired their head coach who built them out of the abyss. And, by the way, that pressure doesn't start until April either.
I was thinking the Knicks have pressure. I was thinking the 76ers have a bunch of pressure. I was thinking even a team like Denver, I think, has pressure on themselves. I mean, like, there's a lot of teams that I think have pressure.
Well, but it's every team has a certain amount of pressure anyway.
It's just well, the idea here is that the Cavs have to do something that we have not seen this core yet do, and they have to prove to the rest of the NBA that the too big and too undersized guard thing can actually work. And so, like, call it whatever you want, but, like, they're under the gun this year.
Average NBA players make $20 million a year.
It's not just about the money for them.
No, I know it's not just about the money, but, like, they have so much to fall back on now that you just didn't really at this level 30 years ago. I just think pressure's changed. I think people are also smart enough to understand some of the pressure that's out there is manufactured by social media and the media, and you can just avoid it.
Well, but I think that's part of the fun of the NBA in many ways. I love I know you're not the biggest ring culture guy. I love the ring culture around the NBA because it just, even though they don't do the regular season that hard, it does feel like these players care about how their legacy is perceived in a way that I think it's just awesome to dive into. Like in the NBA, you do top 10 rankings. Like I saw people argue emphatically about if Jokic wins a title this year and wins his 4th league MVP, if he cracks the top 10, and then who that kicks out of the top 10. It was an hour-long debate. Like, I love that side of the NBA.
216-474-0092. LeBron says the Cavs have the most pressure on them in the NBA heading into the season. Do you agree or disagree with that? Austin Carr will tell us, Mr. Cavalier himself, if he agrees or disagrees in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, wouldn't it be great to remotely start your
Some other Browns news: Grant Delpit has been named AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You'll hear the latest from Browns practice as it happens. Basket and Phelps, weekdays at 10, 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
The Cavs are back. Cavs Knicks tonight, and basketball's back, and there is no one we'd rather talk to more when it comes to Cavaliers basketball than Mr. Cavalier himself. You know him also as a Cavs analyst as well. Austin Carr on the Fan Hotline joining us right now. AC, welcome back. Welcome back to Cavs basketball.
It's good to be back, and opening night is always exciting.
It really is. And even if we'll see what's going on with the Knicks and Karl Anthony Towns, but I have to say, LeBron, you might have heard of him. He went on a podcast and said the Cavs have the most pressure of any team heading into the NBA season. Do you agree with that?
Not really. The pressure, to me, the pressure is only what the Cavs put on themselves. I mean, once you're in the business and you've been in it for a while, a lot of the pundits, a lot of people that talk about it, you don't even pay attention as a player because you know half of them don't know what they're talking about anyway. So because they don't know the inside, so all they know is what the outside of the whole situation, what's going on. So I think the only pressure Cavs putting on themselves is where they want to go as a team. They want to make that next step and go further and win a championship. That's the pressure that I think is the only thing they're thinking about. And to me, it's not really a pressure situation. It's a want to achieve situation, which to me eliminates that pressure. But right now, it's all about getting themselves together so they can compete for 6 months.
So we were kind of just having that same conversation, and I'm very, very close to where you are on this conversation. Do you think just across the board, we go overboard with the pressure talk when it comes to pro athletes and certainly the NBA?
Well, hey, it sells. I mean, that to me is where I see it. I mean, that's what it's about because you're talking about 6 months of selling. So for 6 months, you got to keep doing, just like in the football season. You got to come up, boom, boom, every week, every day. You got to come up with something that's interesting that people will listen to. So you have to do that. That's part of the business. And as a player, once you understand that, you have a whole different approach to that side of the business.
Okay, so it's not pressure. What is at stake for the Cavs this year?
Well, to me, it's always a championship. When you have the kind of talent they have, that's where you look at. And then you look at how, well, OKC has all of a sudden come from under the bottom and now it's on the top, and they look like they want to stay there for a while. The Cavs have a lot of stuff to have to focus on to get themselves in a position to beat OKC. Because to me, I don't see anybody in the West. Houston's going to have a shot because they looked awful good last night. But it's going to be interesting to see who's going to knock them off the throne coming out of that West. But right now, the Cavs are focused on getting themselves in position to win the East.
Cavs analyst Austin Carr on the Fan Hotline here with Nick and Jonathan as we get you ready for Cavs Knicks. Of course, the Cavs are back. Let's see what they can do this year. But one of the big moves in the offseason was trading Isaac Okoro for Lonzo Ball. And I know Lonzo has had some health issues in recent years. He looks healthy now. How does a healthy Lonzo Ball change things for the Cavaliers?
Well, it gives more organization on the perimeter. I think having a mixture of Donovan, Garland, and him on that perimeter will really put it in. Then you throw Porter in there. That'll give us some solid action there because I was a little bit wondering, he didn't seem like he was getting into it, but I forget he's a veteran, Lonzo. And then the last game at home, man, he made some passes that I had not seen from him in a long time. And, I mean, he can see, as they say in the game, he can see. he knows what he's doing out there, and I'm anxious to see how it's going to unfold. Because if he can bring that energy in the game, that type of energy into the game, and get everybody involved, that's going to be where we need to be. In other words, the Cavs, to me, are the most dynamic team in the league when they can go 9 and 10 deep. And that's what we have to get to. And with Strus and Garland out, now when they come back, then that moves 2 more guys into that second unit, and that is where we become a more stronger, dynamic team, I think.
You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about it earlier, like the idea that DeAndre Hunter didn't even play 30 games with the Cavs last year. Isn't there more that we can tap into with even DeAndre Hunter and what we saw last year, and now moving over to having more time with this club?
Yeah, oh yes, for sure. I mean, defensively he was on point. Physically he was on point. I mean, and scoring wise, he's going to be one of the top 2 or 3 scorers on the team. The way he plays the game, I think he's going to be one of the top 2 or 3 guys scoring on the team, because he definitely knows what he's doing. He's aggressive. He knows how to do it, and he doesn't mind jumping in your face. I like that.
Austin, Donovan Mitchell came here now almost, this is going to be his 4th season here. There was questions about the contracts. Last offseason, he put that to bed, inked a long-term deal here. And we've seen Donovan, continue to grow his presence in Cleveland. I know he's throwing out his line, determination over negativity. As we kind of get into the meat of his career here in Cleveland, what do you think Donovan has meant to Cavs basketball through those first 3 years going on year 4?
I think it's been quite a bit, because as he has risen, the team has gone to the level to where we are favored to win the East this year. I mean, you think about it, we haven't progressed like this. We've progressed like this since he's been with us. And that, to me, is telling me that the league is, and the people are starting to respect us. See, to me, I don't want the respect from the media. I want the respect from the players, because that is telling me where we are actually headed to. And the teams, other teams, when you hear them talk, they're starting to respect where we are as a team and players, and that, to me, it takes us where we need to go, and that's where we're shooting for, I think.
Is this the year that Evan Mobley becomes the best player on the team and surpasses Donovan in that regard?
Well, see, now this is where I have a problem, because I love the way he's playing now, but to become the best player on the team means Donovan's going to have to step back. And Donovan shouldn't have to step back for him to become the best player of the team. I think that where Mobley is now, continue to grow in the role he's doing. I mean, the double-digit scoring, the double-digit rebounding, the 5 or 6 blocks, the 5 or 6 assists. The more he can do that, the dangerous he is for us. And I don't care who's on the team. Regardless of who's on the team, as long as he's doing that, then it's up to the media to figure out who's the best player on the team. But as far as pushing him to be the best player, I think he understands where he's trying to go and what he wants to do. And I think he's going to make it if he's not already there, because defensively, he is a savant, and he makes up for a lot of mistakes on our defensive end of the floor. And offensively, he's coming strong too. And once he continues to handle, hello, you still there?
Yeah, we're still there. Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. And once he starts to handle more on the offensive end, he'll be right. But as far as him being the best player on the team, the Cavs have too much talent to have. With Donovan and Darius and all those guys, I think to make him to say he's better than Donovan, I don't think that's the right way to go about it. I think he will be one of the best players on the team.
AC, I have heard Evan Mobley compared to 5 basketball Hall of Famers since he came into the NBA. All very different players, by the way. When you watch him, as a guy who's watched NBA basketball for 50-plus years, is there a guy that he reminds you most of?
Well, man. Wow. That's kind of hard, because defensively, he reminds me of a lot of people on the defensive end of the floor that were stellar players. Man, when I start thinking about him, it's just tough to come out with one because Mobley does so many things that are subtle, but they're strong. I mean, if you look at the play he made when we beat Orlando to go into the playoffs, he got beat at the foul line, and all he did, and the guy beat him solid. He just made a drop step, and blocked the shot before the guy got the ball up to the basket. To me, those are things that you don't see guys now do because they don't even attempt to do stuff like that. So when you think in the past, Bill Russell used to do stuff like that. I've seen Russell do stuff. I was fortunate enough when I first came in the league to do stuff like that. I mean, those type of defensive players is what he does and how he does it. And he does it, it's kind of nonchalantly to me the way he does it, but he understands angles so well. It's just a pleasure to watch him play. And now that his offensive game is going, I mean, he looked like he worked on his turnaround jump shot a lot. And that's going to be big for him because that was the one thing he didn't do a lot of, and that was get in the middle and have a turnaround, a way to get a easy shot off. And once he gets that and that little jump hook together, then offensively he's going to be there. And if he's the best player on the team by then, fine. But I don't think it's going to be by scoring or things like that that make him the best player on the team. He's going to be the best player on the team because he's doing everything.
AC, you've been broadcasting for a lot of years after your playing career, obviously. You've been in our homes for a lot of years. Just from a broadcasting element, did you partake in Michael Jordan at all last night on NBC in his debut, and what'd you think?
I didn't really pay attention. I saw some of it, but I really wasn't paying attention because right now I'm focused on what the Cavs are going to do. I don't really think about all that other stuff until I will get into it because it will be something I will watch because he's a friend of mine, so and a golfing buddy, so I definitely will take a look at it.
Yeah, I didn't come up to say hi, but I saw you at a club. Oh my gosh, I can't remember if it was or a golf course either this year or last year, and I just knew no matter what happened that day, you golfed better than I did, AC.
Well, why didn't you come up and say hi?
Should have said hi.
I think it was the six pack that I was in the middle of that I.
AC, I need a MJ analysis on his golf swing. He plays golf an absolute ton. Is he a stick?
Yeah, he can hit it now. He's very competitive too, boy. So I mean, he can hit it. He can definitely hit it. The last time I played with Mike, though, he laid the club off a little bit too much. And that was kind of making him a little bit erratic, but as far as competing, and I know by now he's corrected that because he's probably got the best teachers in the world to teach him how to get rid of that little problem. So, and knowing how he played then, and what he's probably, I would say he's got to be close to a scratch or plus a handicap by now. But age is going to catch up to him sooner or later, so he might add on a few more strokes.
All right, AC. Prime Austin Carr versus prime Michael Jordan. Who wins that one-on-one matchup?
Woo, baby. Now you're talking. When I have some good legs, oh, baby, I'm going to give him a run for his money.
We don't doubt it. AC, we love the energy. We love the infectiousness. We love when you join us. Thank you so much, and go Cavs.
All right, guys, let's have a good one tonight. Talk to you later.
All right, thank you so much. We made the entire interview without once going to I agree, go Cavs.
Well, you gave him the opportunity at the end there. He didn't want to do it. That's okay.
If he wanted to go I agree, go Cavs, I was not going to fight him on it, but I thought it was more in the break. I heard Mac say that we were going to lean on the I agree, go Cavs, and I felt offended by that, so screw you, Mac, and the clown of Toots, who looks silly now. You're dumb.
I agree, go Cavs. You think the last question, do you think he thought he was talking about golf or basketball?
That's a great question. He said if I had young legs.
That's what made me think he actually thought you meant basketball.
Yeah, and I did mean basketball.
Yes. Oh, I thought you meant golf when you asked it, and then he said the young leg things, and I was like, oh, AC, I I love that for you.
The youth, do not
you,
know,
man.
and you might be part of the youth, do not know how damn good Austin Carr was.
No, we got to respect for AC, but
no.
It's
In
MJ.
an era where the two guard wasn't getting the love that even a decade later with MJ that he was getting. You were not getting
It's
the
MJ.
touches. It was a bigs league. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm 4 years older than
Yeah,
you, and that's a huge gap. All right? And I read Basketball Digest from 1972 to 73, and I'll tell you, that season, not the full year because I was negative 13 then, but I'll tell you, I had many nice things to say about Austin Carr. 216-474-0092. Do the Cavs have the most pressure on them in the NBA? And there is a critical player early in the season and in the postseason for the Cavaliers. Same guy in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on The Fan, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. The lead coming up in about 15 minutes. We got quick hits coming up at 6 as well. But we just had Austin Carr, and we're going to play a piece of sound in just a moment. But I thought it was really interesting, and just listening to AC talk about Lonzo Ball, thinking about the absence of Strus, thinking about the absence of Darius Garland, I think the guy I'm most excited to watch this year is Lonzo, just because in the regular season, I think if he's healthy enough to play 20 minutes a night, that is great insurance for Darius being hurt. And I think in the playoffs, he's such an interesting glue piece. I don't love that he's been compared to Alex Caruso in OKC, because that was like one of the best trades we've seen in the last 20 years.
Yeah, Caruso's worked out phenomenally well for OKC.
And so that's a lot of pressure to put on a guy who's played about 60 games in the last 3 years.
His last name is Ball, which means he's a very injured human.
But like, he's a better three-point shooter than anyone realizes when healthy. He is a really great facilitator, so that's going to take pressure off of Donovan and Darius in the playoffs. And then, like, if he can still play really high-quality defense, he can guard 1 through 3, and in some cases 1 through 4.
The only reason why he gets the Caruso comp is just because of how OKC did the minutes with Caruso. Regular season, they just kind of really just kept it at a minimum, and then in the postseason, they ratcheted it up in an extreme way. And I think that it would be something that I would be interested in watching the Cavs do with him. Like, really just kind of take it easy during the regular season, and then in the postseason, use him the way that you want to use him.
The catch-22 is Darius is not healthy, so you are going to need a certain amount. I know they're high on Craig Porter Jr. I know they're high on Tyrese Proctor, and I do think the early part of the season is a great time to get those guys run in meaningful minutes. But at the end of it, it's like Donovan shouldn't be running point to start the season. It should be Lonzo, even if it's just 20 minutes a night, and then backfilling it with the young guys.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how long Darius is out for. They're being really cagey about this whole thing. Like the Cavs are themselves, and making the suggestions that Darius won't be out that long. The advice I would give them is keep him out. Whatever you think is necessary, go like 3 weeks beyond that, please.
I would agree. I would also say this, like, when it comes to the early part of the season, Darius being out is going to be tough. You're going to lose a couple extra games because of it. This is the right time. I think Kenny did this really well last year. This is the right time to give that stress test to the young guys and see, all right, is Craig Porter Jr. going to be more than the 11th man off the bench?
It's not just Darius, Max Strus as well. Like there's some problems in that regard.
I would not hate if they signed Malik Beasley very early in the season for that. I know he's a bit of a heat check. I don't care. All right, I don't hate heat check players, because when the heat is on, it is good.
I like a heat check.
Yeah.
I think this team needs some wild cards.
Why, are you bored with how just normal they are as human beings?
Give me some wild cards. Yeah, give me some wild cards.
Listen, I don't
They have like the nicest locker room.
Isn't that a good thing?
I don't know. It might be too nice.
Oh, we're going back to the Cavs are too nice narrative?
Nice. Yeah, it might be too nice. Actually, there's one thing I've liked about this offseason is that we've seen them kind of be a little bit more aggressive in their quotes and such than what we typically are used to. The way Darius has talked, the way that there was something going around in the past couple of days about Evan Mobley chewing out a ref at one of the practices.
And they were like, he wouldn't have done that last year.
And he might not have. And it might even just be completely fantasy land that it even happened. It might have been like, I think I saw him chew out a ref. Oh, yeah, he chewed out a ref, but they do have to, in many ways, get a little tougher.
You're gonna make me
give me that wild card.
So I want to get to that in 1 second, because there was a huge narrative shift, and it was just the Cavs moving the goalpost. I do want to get to now that you've said it. You reminded me of what I want to say. But who's the jerk on OKC? Is it the quiet Canadian SGA? Is it Slender Man Chet Holmgren?
Holmgren, I don't think is a jerk, but I've not heard nice things about Holmgren. I don't think it's Williams. It's Caruso is
Cue Ball. Cue Ball is your is the meanest guy on the squad.
Might be.
I Did I just deflate the narrative?
They say things about Williams in a certain way, though. I don't know.
What do they say?
It's not
privy to that.
It's not the impression that you have with the Cavs. So are you saying the OKC is going to buck the trend? They're going to buck the nice guy narrative?
Well, I think we get like a Draymond Green, and then everybody's like, everybody's got to have a bleep hole. It's like, I don't think every team does.
Yeah, but I mean, the Cavs have swerved completely away from that in so many. They had guys,
but like go back to who was the jerk on Milwaukee?
Oh, Lou Dort is a person I should have gone to with OKC. Lou Dort is definitely their menace and their version of exactly what we're describing.
A Draymond level D?
Well, no one's in Draymond's level. Draymond's in his own little stratosphere, and he's just hanging out over there. Lou Dort is like a dollar store version where he wants to kind of be that pest that Draymond is. Mm-hmm. He's just a better actual basketball player than Draymond is.
Oh, gosh, I was trying to think of who Indiana had last year that drove us all insanely. Neesmith, yes, thank you.
They had like 7 different guys.
They did. Obi Toppin acting like he was Dominique Wilkins. I think we just hated him because he was having heat runs that were just stupid for a player of his caliber. I don't think he's a D. I just think he was a D in that series because it was the playoffs and they were kicking the crap out of you.
Headline, January 23rd. Dirtiest player in the league, Lou Dort sends NBA fans in meltdown after despicable ejection against the Mavs.
He is not the dirtiest player in the NBA.
He's getting the labels.
Yeah.
He's getting these labels.
Yeah, is it just because we got bored with the cheap shots from Draymond hitting everybody in the pills?
You know our headlines? Our headlines are nerdiest player in NBA, New York Post, Jared Allen 4 years ago. I remember it vividly. They called him the nerdiest player in the NBA.
They haven't called him it since.
That's yeah. Our guys solve Rubik's Cubes for fun, okay?
Yeah, they also score like 130 a game.
Our guys seem like they take great respect towards waiters and waitresses and seem like they're just all around good people.
And they won 64 games.
Let's muck it up a little bit. Let's muck it up just a little bit here, guys.
We won so many games with Dion Waiters.
I know the Cavs are not. The nice thing doesn't factor in. They don't.
Did your brain break here? What happened?
It just is infuriating. It's like the pressure conversation. By the way, you're speaking to something that people believe, but it's like Donovan Mitchell's a pretty intense guy. I don't think like after the ref calls a foul on him, they disagrees. He goes, "Oh, sorry, didn't see you there." No, I don't think he.
Why did he turn Canadian all of a sudden?
Because it's Midwest nice, and that's the only way I can ope. Okay, if I'm faking the ope, if it's a real ope, I go full Ohioan. But I did think it was interesting that at the end of the season, both Atkinson and Kobe Altman said we have to get tougher and we have to get stronger in the gym. And then they went all the way through the offseason, and then the narrative on media day was, no, we don't have to get tougher. No, we had a great offseason. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mission accomplished, apparently.
It's like, how the hell did that happen?
Hey, I'm excited to see
you guys said one thing at the closing interviews, and then you're like, no, nobody said we had to get tougher.
Hey, remember, though, this is what they said that was robbed of Atkinson the year prior when he was off coaching the Olympics, and he was in France helping out Team France. They said he needed the whole offseason. He needed the whole 3-month, 4-month window in order to teach these guys, and so I expect to see some differences here.
I expect Evan Mobley.
That's part of the reason why they hired him was for the off-season work and what they said.
I expect Evan Mobley to be the Seabass of the Cavaliers.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
What did the 5 fingers say to the face, Draymond? Smack! Just everybody gets a smack. It's like Oprah with Cars. He just whap.
Yeah. So he's going to go around being like, hey, Draymond, Bofa. And that's his level of play.
Bofa what?
Yeah, you know.
216-474-0092. Are the Cavs... we are having fun. Are the Cavs too nice? Would be fun to get like a Marcus Smart. I understand what you're saying, but I still don't think they need just to be... They don't need a jerk just to have a jerk, all right? Find plenty of those in the NBA. Easy, Mac. No, I'm not going to do it. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Classic Chevy.
back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
We got quick hits coming up in just about 1 hour's time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Interesting things coming out of Miami. Tua Tagovailoa might be back in the doghouse again. No, not for the 3 picks. For saying more dumb stuff. We'll get to that, but let's go ahead and get it started. Here is Cavs legend Austin Carr joined us last hour. The Cavs are back. Cavs Knicks tonight tips off the NBA season, and he talked about the pressure on the Cavs ahead of their regular season tip-off tonight against the Knicks.
To me, the pressure is only what the Cavs put on themselves. Once you're in the business and you've been in it for a while, a lot of the pundits, a lot of people that talk about it, you don't even pay attention as a player because you know half of them don't know what they're talking about anyway. So because they don't know the inside, so all they know is what the outside of the whole situation, what's going on. So I think the only pressure Cavs putting on themselves is where they want to go as a team. They want to make that next step and go further and win a championship. That's the pressure that I think is the only thing they're thinking about. And to me, it's not really a pressure situation. It's a want to achieve situation, which to me eliminates that pressure. But right now, it's all about getting themselves together so they can compete for 6 months.
It's funny, we talked a lot about pressure, and I do think there is some there for Donovan in particular. And Chris Fedor, our buddy over there at Cleveland.com, just in the last 5 minutes put out another piece. And if he's done it once, he's done it 10 times about the idea that Donovan badly wants a title. And I'm like, this is all Donovan is really seeking, and he doesn't really care how he gets it. He just wants it. And some of the quotes in here, with great power comes great responsibility. And then Donovan names Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, LeBron, Kobe, Steph, and says it happened with all of them, and all these questions that come with being a perceived star. And so I think Donovan wears a lot of this pressure. I really do.
Yeah, but I don't know how that manifests itself. Like, I just think the pressure conversation across the board is probably the most overinflated thing we talk about. Like, I don't think it keeps him up at nights. I think it might inform his work ethic. I think it might inform maybe some of the conversations they have and the intensity of the team on the court in the regular season, and certainly in the postseason. I think when the pressure really comes through is either if we ever have a stretch this year where they have a bad 10-game stretch, which is possible given Darius is banged up and Strus is banged up, or it's in the playoffs. But even then, is it going to be evident in the first round if you're the 2 seed and you're playing the Bulls in the first round? That would be a weird matchup, but you know what I mean? Like a team that you should just blow off the court? I don't know. Like, I think there's a lot of pressure there just naturally because it's the NBA and there's a lot of eyeballs on you, but I think beyond that, I think, there's only pressure on the Cavs if they put the pressure on themselves.
I know. It just, when you read some of these quotes, though, it's like, what does Mitchell want his basketball legacy to be? He just responds, a champion without hesitation. That's first and foremost. It's the only thing. I don't really care about anything else besides winning a championship. I wake up every day, I work as hard as I do, and I play this game to win and to win a ring. Like, he is very, at this point, he is very ring-driven in a sport that is very ring-driven in and of itself. ESPN NBA analyst Tim Legler was on with the morning show today. He broke down the importance of this season for Donovan.
No one can deny his talent. He's a first-team All-League NBA player a year ago, and that was deserving. Now it's got to be in those spots. You know, it's 2-2, and it's a 2-point game in Game 5 of a series this year in the postseason. Those are the moments when Donovan Mitchell needs to be at his best and be efficient. And that's what he's going to be defined by. And this season may be more important than ever because, again, with what the top of the East looks like, I mean, this is right there for the taking for the Cleveland Cavaliers and really the Knicks. I would put in the same category. So that's what we're going to be judging him by at the end of the season. How did he rise to the occasion, and how did he perform in those moments that turn series, that win series, that define series?
I think that's fair. I still don't know the Cavs have the exact right glue pieces around Donovan or Evan Mobley to get everything, to put them in the best position to do this. What I will say is one part of this where I think Donovan probably is cognizant of, hey, where he is in his career is he's 29. And I think when you're a smaller guard in a brutally physical league at 29, all bets are off once you hit to 30. It doesn't mean he will, by the way, fall off the face of the planet like Kemba Walker did. But, smaller guards, knee injuries, those things start to add up and wear on you as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great chance for Donovan to not only win the East, but to have all of his wildest dreams come true. And really, the only teams I feel like really truly stand in the way all exist in the West. So, it's open for him. I'm curious to see what happens with the Knicks. I think the Knicks right now feel like the media's darling. I think we're maybe a year too early for the Orlando discussion, but people like to throw them in as well.
I think they'll have the big regular season jump, though.
Yeah, I think so. That's very fair to see. And it's going to be interesting to just kind of sit back and watch as, most years you don't have a situation like what the Pacers are going through, where they were in the NBA Finals representing the conference, and now you have no Halliburton, and they're just an afterthought, and you wonder if Carlisle is even going to be able to win 50% of his games this year.
Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joined us today at 2:20. We asked him if the Patriots are as good as their 5-2 record shows.
I think they might be. And I think they might be primarily because of just how good Drake May is. I mean, he is. I saw a lot of flashes last year, and I was thoroughly impressed. I called 2 games last year for one was CBS, one was NFL Network, and he was excellent in those games. I mean, really good, I thought, for a rookie, but they had nobody around him. And then now that they got a little bit more people around him, new coaching staff, I mean, there's a lot of metrics out there that will tell you he's been the best quarterback in football so far this season. I'm not ready to go there, but the point is he's been really, really, really good.
Yeah, Drake May's been awesome. He has not faced a defense like the Browns yet, and so I'm interested to see what happens against the Browns defense, but there's no taking away from him. It's been really, really good this year, but that's the question of the week. We asked it about the Steelers a couple weeks ago. Are they as good as we think some people believe they are? And it's kind of a mixed bag reaction already. Ross saying he thinks yes. Ashley didn't outright say it, but if you listen to what Ashley said, she doesn't think that this Patriots team is as good as people are advertising them as.
I'm struggling with it because I do think Drake May has just a buttload of talent, and I think that matters when you've got a quarterback that's playing well and has that kind of talent. Here's their schedule. They lost to the Raiders, beat Miami on the road, then lost to the Steelers, and then they beat Carolina, Buffalo, New Orleans, and Tennessee.
And the Buffalo game was, a Sunday night game where we all watched?
Yes.
And it was just one of those, you beat the Bills on national TV. That stays with people a lot more than beating the Titans and the lowly Panthers, for instance.
You've played 2 good teams, and you're 1-1 against them. Now, granted, the Browns, I don't know where... They probably fall in line with Vegas and Carolina and New Orleans and Tennessee, but none of those teams have the defense that the Browns have, and that's what I think makes this game interesting.
No, and I think a lot of fans are interested in just that. You're trying to find out how serious the Patriots are. We are putting a lot of credit towards Mike Vrabel in a spot where you do have to see what happens in the following weeks and but they have an easy schedule a lot of this way, though.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the hard parts of their schedule.
They could be like a 12-13 win team, which is weird to say that because I don't think they're that good of a team, but their schedule just falls right in line for them.
They just got a lot of breaks. We mentioned to Ashley, she joined us today at 3:20. She said that it makes sense for the Browns to be buyers at the deadline.
None of this is signaling fire sale to me. I would expect them to, hopefully add some more pieces offensively. Look, I still think they need offensive line help. I would be calling about tackles too. I'd be calling about pass catchers just because you need to do something to open up this run game. So I could see how it makes sense because you still need that offense to function. Even if you're accepting, okay, we're not like Super Bowl contenders this year. This is not like the last couple of years. You need things to be functioning at a higher clip than they are currently.
Obviously, we asked her this, JP, because of the Garrett Wilson rumors that continue to kind of ensnare the Browns, at least on social media. Listen, I think if you can get a impact wide receiver at the right price, you do it. Because you're always looking for those in the NFL. If you can get a veteran left tackle of a good, he doesn't even have to be like an elite, but we're talking about just somebody that you can plug in and play at the left tackle spot for the next 3 to 5 years for the right price, you do it. At the same point, if somebody comes along and says, I'll give you a third for David Njoku, and you're not going to re-sign David, you do it. If somebody offers you a decent pick swap for Posick, well, you've got somebody young to replace him to figure out the rest of the season on. You do it. If it's a veteran you're not going to re-sign and you get the right value, and I hate this, but even if it's like a Wyatt Teller, you do it even while you're trying to make moves that make you better for the next year and a half, too.
No doubt about it. By the way, the official injury report for today did come out. Jerry Jeudy did log a DNP for today. And so if we're talking about like Garrett Wilson, for instance, like what does this wide receiver room look if Jerry Judy's not able to go on Sunday? I mean, it's like we are already down to the bare bones. Then you take Jeudy out of it, and it's not a easy look.
I mean, are you saying that Isaiah Bond nor Jamari Thrash should be wide receiver 1?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Did I just call him Jamari Rash?
I thought you said it right. Did he say Thrash? I think he said Thrash.
I thought you said Thrash.
Okay,
yeah, I thought you did.
I was gonna make a Thrash decision joke, Rash decision, and then got my own dough.
I told you my brother-in-law was in this last weekend, and he's got the game on and everything. He goes, "Oh, who's Corley?" And I go, "It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Come on, guys."
Kevin Stefanski spoke with the media today. He talked about how Dylan Gabriel can build off his first career win, and he was asked if there's a time frame to evaluate him.
With anything, with young players, you're looking to build on both games and the work you get in practice. I think that's a big part of this too. So certainly that game last week was different for a multitude of reasons, but you continue in all facets, whether it's run game or pass game, just to build on all the work you're putting in. Our focus week to week is what's in front of us, and with all of our young players, making sure that we're making constant improvement. That's on a daily basis, obviously on a weekly basis, but not thinking much past that.
I mean, he can't answer that question because he doesn't know that himself. He doesn't know the answer. Like many things that the Browns have done with the quarterback spot, they're just out there waving their arms and just pretending like they know the plan when they don't really actually have a plan yet, because they have to find out. Can Dylan keep that job for a little bit longer, or is he just going to absolutely sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to give anything definitive on Dylan, and I thought Kevin, in his assessment of when he was asked about Dylan passing up obvious touchdowns for checkdowns, I thought he was incredibly kind and generous in the way he described it. And I thought he babied him a little bit, which is one thing that Stefanski does. And I don't expect him to kill guys in the media, but I think it would be fair to say we expect touchdowns from this offense because that's where it comes. 3 games from now, if we're still saying, hey, Quinshawn was wide open in a wheel route in the flat, had clear spot for the touchdown, and you tucked the ball and had a 4-yard run, if those are the same things we're talking about 3 games from now, the answer is itself. Right? The question has answered itself, and it is time to, as provided Shador's ready, they're going to ever say that in public, that's when you go and hit that.
And are we going to get to the spot where Stefanski gets honest about it all, and when he gets honest about how he's seeing and portraying Dylan Gabriel? And I think it's going to take him longer to do that than I think anybody watching, because that's his guy.
Kevin Stefanski was honest in regards to Shador Sanders. We're getting to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. We got the holidays coming up. Obviously, it's October, and this is a great time to start thinking about checking off a big home improvement project off your list, like finally upgrading that bathroom. And if you've been thinking about it, now's the time, because the Bath Authority is offering some serious fall savings. Right now, you can take $1,500 off your new bath or shower remodel and get 12 months with no payments and no interest. That's a whole year to enjoy your new space without paying a dime. And we're talking smart, stylish upgrades that make your bathroom look amazing without scary
NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. It's been a very heavy Cavs show today, and we've had a lot of fun, but we saved this one for the right time of the show so we could get the right amount of time to talk about it. And also, we got something we can tie in with Dylan here in a bit, but Kevin Stefanski, you just heard it in Meredith's 2020 there. Kevin Stefanski today was asked about the rep split and whether Shedeur Sanders was getting any reps with the first team.
No. I mean, with a young quarterback with Dylan starting, you want to make sure he gets a lot of the reps. Different when you have a veteran like Joe, but still getting reps in a bunch of periods.
Now, the reason why I think this is a real conversation for a lot of people is Dylan was getting first-team reps in camp. The only time Shedeur got first-team reps in camp was, I believe, the first preseason game. I didn't even get first-team reps ahead of his preseason debut with the Cleveland Browns. So, and then, of course, during the regular season when Joe was starting, Dylan was still getting, I would say, a little bit more first-team reps than you would expect from a backup quarterback. So, just starting here, I guess we'll ask, like, how much does it matter to you when you hear Shedeur isn't getting starter reps yet?
It might surprise you. It doesn't really bother me. Like, even the amount that Dylan was getting is around, like, I don't know, 10% is what people have guesstimated around there. And, like, for me, Shedeur is not going to be made or broke by 10% of reps that he gets in any sort of situation. Like, I mean, does it stink for Shedeur? Maybe a little bit, but I just don't think this is going to impact him in any sort of large way.
I think the only thing I could say is one of the biggest bits of noise around this team that they've created is Dylan's gotten every opportunity since the start of camp. No matter how good or bad he was, Shedeur, at least when we were able to see him, aced every single opportunity he was given until that final preseason game with limited opportunities. I think this is only going to feed the narrative that the Browns are doing as much humanly possible to get, to make Dylan look good, and they're not doing that with what is now their backup quarterback.
Well, I do wonder if this changes at some point, if their feelings change on Dylan Gabriel. Maybe this is one of the things we have to look for to see if the tide is starting to turn. Like, in many ways, I've already suggested, look towards what some of the beat reporters are saying and when they talk about Shedeur, but this could be another area where we look and say, oh, they are getting tired of Dylan, aren't they? Now all of a sudden Shedeur is getting 10% of the backup reps, but it truthfully, at the end of the day, does not bother me that he's not getting these.
I just think, listen, the question we start with is obviously, does it matter? And really, it's how much does it matter? I think a lot of this stuff in how they're treating both quarterbacks are really important things to have on the record. For then, like, Dylan's getting all the reps, and then I'm not impressed with what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? Like, that's... Guy, because I think that would be a fair excuse. If right now Shedeur was getting even 10% of the first team reps, I would go, oh, well, it kind of makes sense. Dylan, that the offense is still pared down, that Dylan is still a work in progress. He's a third-round pick. He's a rookie. And, hey, he's not even getting 100% of the reps in the full first team reps. But you don't have that. Like, he's looking meh at best. And he's getting 100% of the reps. And there's one other thing here.
Yeah.
And we probably should feel this way about most teams. The truth is, I don't trust them. Like, the Browns, like every NFL team, are susceptible to biases and internal narratives and groupthink, and they haven't proven to me one way or another that they can handle the development of a quarterback. So when I hear, like, Shedeur's not getting any first-team reps, you should naturally be cynical on that, whether it pisses you off or whether it doesn't, simply because the latest quarterback that I have to judge them off their development, as of right now, my biggest gripe with the first 3 games is I have not seen him get better in 3 games.
I know, but what this speaks to, and again, it does not bother me in any sort of large way, but what it does speak to is they continue to put all of the eggs in the Dylan Gabriel basket. And they have not been shy about that in any sort of way. And that's it's not surprising to me. No part of this is surprising because, not to go Daryl Ryder on everyone, but it's not surprising because this is how they've treated Dillon the entire time. He's always gotten the favorite child treatment, the golden child treatment, and that's okay. They've decided to do that. But to what you're saying, then you have to be right about this guy. And he's got to be better than what you've seen. And again, like, do I think Shedeur, when he wins the job eventually, is going to turn around and be like, oh, thank goodness I had those 10% of reps as the back? No, I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. That's why I'm not losing my mind over it.
I think a little bit over a long time does make a big difference, though. Especially if you're not a first-round quarterback. No, if you're just a rookie.
I mean,
I'd like to see him to play.
I'd like to see him have the opportunity to go through some of those reps just from the speed component to it all. I think there's an obvious advantage to that. It's going to be better than him just sitting on the sidelines. But again, this speaks to them putting all their eggs in the Dillon Gabriel basket with the idea that they think it's more valuable for Dillon to get all of them, and they just don't have enough reps to be able to do this all day.
Yeah, but I think the risk-reward, and again, I buy the logic that Kevin Stefanski's using. I think we're just kind of talking around this idea and how they should be preparing both quarterbacks going forward. And again, at the kernel of that is a lack of trust with, and it's not just the Browns. Teams screw this crap up all the time, no matter whether it's a first-rounder or a sixth-rounder. It's really hard to get right, just by nature of you're playing with Mercury with a young quarterback anyways. To me, it's risk-reward. So this goes back to, I haven't seen Dillon get better in the 3 weeks I've watched him play. I'm sure there are nuanced points that film junkies like Coach Riz can give us, Coach Reisland can give us, that maybe he can rebut. But in terms of his performance, in terms of the eye test, I've not seen him get better. So the reward is the more reps you give Dillon Gabriel, the better Dillon Gabriel should likely be. The risk is, if Dillon gets banged up in this game and Shedeur has to go out there, he's still a developmental player that now all of a sudden could have used those reps. And it's not even like, I think you're spot on to say, hey, I'd love to get these reps for the speed, because ones versus two, there's a different speed there, right?
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. It's just familiarity. Part of the hardest thing about so much of football, especially on offense, it's about chemistry. It's about communication. It's about knowing each other in a nonverbal way. One of the reasons why I think the offensive line has been so bad is continuity breeds success on your offensive line because you learn each other. And communication is incredibly important
even just with the receivers. I'm sure you heard Mahomes' comment in the past couple of days. It was like, how did you know Rashee Rice was going to be at that spot at that given moment? It's like, you're a magician. He's like, I'm not a magician. I just know Rashee because I've dealt with him enough and I know where he's going to be because I know how he thinks. There was no magic happened there. I've just thrown enough passes to him. And there is value and stuff like that. There is. I don't know that he gets that in 10% of plays on a Wednesday. I don't know that happens.
Yeah, I think you get more.
Well, I mean,
because you have to. It's a library. You build it over time.
They are favoring Dillon Gabriel, so no part of this is going to be any sort of surprise to anybody that's been paying attention to this, because this is what they care about is Dillon's success. They've clearly never cared about Shedeur's success the same way they've cared about Dillon's success. So it's just another example of that.
Yeah, but I think this comes back to the idea of you can look at that and go, it probably shouldn't be that way. Again, I'm not a Shedeur mark. I'm not a Dillon mark. I'm hey, both of these are what I think to be scratch-off lottery tickets. And now that if Shedeur was the third string, if Joe Flacco was still the backup, I don't know I'd really feel one bit away about this. But Shedeur is one snap away from getting out there.
I think I'd feel more enraged if it was Flacco, because Flacco. So the idea with Dillon is that Dillon needs as many reps as he can get, and he currently is the starter. Joe doesn't need every rep in the world.
No. I mean, if Joe is your backup. Joe is your backup.
I meant like as Joe's the starter, then they should have been doing what they did with Dillon the entire time.
But like when I look at this from Shedeur's side of thing, it's like how to build that library of understanding the players around you on an offense that is already wildly compromised of talent. The reason why it matters is, all right, if you're building, let's say 10% of snaps every Wednesday or 10% of snaps a week with the ones, and you go 7 weeks, well, that's a butt ton of snaps that now you're going to have to replicate that in game. And it is really hard to build that solely in a game as your first exposure to the ones. Like, there should be no difference to how, I know there are biases in the NFL. I do. But there should be no difference how you treat Dillon Gabriel to Shedeur Sanders, because they're closer in how they should be linked in terms of where they were drafted than certainly if we were talking about a first pick overall right now.
But this is one of the hard parts of when you have your rookie quarterback and your backup quarterback both be, or your first string and your second string both be rookies. Like this is one of the hard parts about that. And like I've asked so many people in the past couple weeks, should this be something that I get enraged about? Should this be something that I really feel deeply about one way or another? And every football person, including Ross, we had Ross down at 220. They just continue to hammer home that if I go down that road, I'm making too big of a deal about basically backup quarterback reps and the 10%. And this is just how the rest of the NFL does it. My argument has always been, well, the NFL gets things wrong all the time. Doesn't mean they're right about it. You can upset the apple cart. But I understand if a coach says, Dillon's not there, we need to get Dillon as many reps as possible because he's the current starter. And for Shedeur, you're just in a tough spot. It is what it is.
With love and respect to all those analysts, those same analysts, if Shedeur was not prepared, would then go, why doesn't he look prepared? Yeah?
Well, I mean, that is going to be the response. In turn, that's going to be the response. I don't want to speak for any of these people. I'm not sure. We'd have to ask them ourselves. I think the logical response to that would be something along the lines of like, well, the 10% isn't, I know you're talking about the library and building the catalog, but they would just argue that the 10% is more valuable to Dillon at this moment in time as your starter than what it would be to Shedeur, especially since Shedeur may never even see the field this year.
216-474-0092. Shedeur Sanders is not getting starter reps. Should he be getting first-team reps? Yeah, I think if we were talking about like he was taking first-team reps away from Cam Ward, maybe I'd feel different. It's a late third rounder and mid fifth round quarterback. When we get into the importance of their talent, importance of them making it for the Browns, I view them in the same light. They're the same damn guy. I think we should be judging that with importance, especially because I just think Shedeur could use those more because Dillon's been getting the first team reps since camp. I think that's the other thing. It's like Shedeur wasn't getting them then. Hadn't gotten them since, which again is understandable. Get it. I actually think it would be more valuable to Shedeur from that standpoint. Dillon's been getting them. This is just familiarity with Dillon, right? With Shedeur, I'm about to go full Aladdin here, a whole new world.
A whole new world.
Yeah.
I watched that movie also 37 times with my daughter now.
Who at the station got a thing for
Spencer.
Jasmine? Spencer, yeah. Kyle in Cleveland, welcome to the show.
Yeah, felt like he didn't know the answer.
Should Shedeur Sanders be getting first team reps?
Yes, I believe so. Just to get him acclimated slightly, and I understand what they're doing with Dillon Gabriel. He is obviously the guy that they wanted more, but I also think that they're protecting Shedeur. I think that they're not trying to throw him out into the fire. They're trying to build something. And Kevin Stefanski has never really given anybody the chance to build. And I think that they believe in him, maybe secretly behind the scenes, a little bit more to build on something that might actually come to fruition.
So my only problem with that, Kyle, and I don't disagree completely, but
we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
They have not pushed that narrative to anybody behind the scenes. They push the exact opposite narrative behind the scenes, and that's the part that makes me so mad about the Shedeur conversation. Is that they continue to tell anybody that will pay attention that he's not ready and he needs more reps and he needs more this and he needs more that. And so if they're thinking the way that you're suggesting, they had a really funny way of showing it to people.
I think it's really interesting too, because when we start to have these conversations, I get that the Shedeur Dillon conversations, I get these things can be a little tiring to folks. I'll also say, like, we're talking about the current and the future of the Browns quarterback position. It might feel like the stakes are low because it's a third and a fifth round pick, right? When I told Ken to do his job yesterday and then immediately walked it back, my point is...
We don't have the audio clip of that, Mac?
We should argue about Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur the way we did
your job, Ken.
Tyrod Taylor versus Baker Mayfield. Like, the stakes are still the same here. The stakes are, do we have anybody that can stabilize the quarterback position and maybe even be a bridge starter, even if that's to the first-round pick next year? And so I think this does matter a great deal. It might seem immaterial talking about 10% of the snaps. We're talking about the development of two young quarterbacks who, by virtue of your putting, 10 more games in, that does matter. It does matter to the dudes on the field. It does matter to those guys and their chances to succeed.
And it also showcases who they continue to invest in. I mean, that's the part for myself. It showcases what areas of this team and who in particular they continue to invest their time and their resources in. If you have 100% of snaps, right now they're saying, Dylan Gabriel, you're the only one we care about. And it just is what it is.
216-474-0092. Kevin Stefanski was honest, which we appreciate, in regards to Shedeur Sanders not getting first-team reps yet. Should he be getting first-team reps? We got some calls on this, and we wave the magic wand for the Browns and see what happens in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes, but Kevin Stefanski has said that Shedeur right now is not getting any first-team reps, and I do think it's interesting. Again, like how big of a deal it is. It's a big deal because it's a Browns quarterback, and they're trying to develop two quarterbacks at once. I think it's really easy. I think you're going to hear this a bit. I think people who want to punt on this topic are going to say, this is why you shouldn't have taken two quarterbacks in the first place. Yeah, that doesn't matter. They're in the boat now. Now it's how do we get the boat to move?
They took two, but this is just they're only invested in developing the one for right now. That's the read that I have on it.
I don't think it's that they're not invested in Shedeur. I think it's differing levels of investment, and I think then you go to should they have differing levels of investments in developing Dillon and Shedeur, and that's where I'm like, no. It's a late third-round pick, and it's a fifth-round pick. What the hell are we talking about here?
I'm curious to see if this changes at all. Again, everyone I talked to about this made the suggestion this is very common practice and not in this situation is different because it's two rookies. But for a rookie quarterback to be starting, you get 100% of the reps, and that's not even negotiable. So, like, I'm going to go with what they're telling me because I'm not at practices every day.
I just think the weird thing is it's so hard to find. Like, if we're talking RG3, he was the number 2 pick in the 2012 draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Kirk Cousins, who I think was pick 101 or 102. Okay, that one makes sense. There was no chance Kirk Cousins was going to play that year under that system, and RG3 was the guy. This one's different. It's so hard to find like applicable comparisons and analogies for this. Because very rarely do you take a late third and then a mid-fifth rounder, and very rarely are both expected to play in one season.
Is that the miss in the conversation? Is that the people that I'm talking with are just looking at it from like, oh, this is what happened with Drake May. This is what happened with Jaden Daniels. This is what happened with Caleb Williams. This is what happens when you take a rookie quarterback. Is that the gap here?
One more time?
Okay, the idea so it wasn't that it was Shedeur and Dillon, that it was two rookie quarterbacks. It's the idea that it's when you have a rookie quarterback, it's basically non-negotiable. They get 100% of the snaps in this type of setting.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
So, because this goes along with AFR saying not to pick a fight with the boys. It's fine if you do, buddy. But this is always how quarterback development works. This is not an always situation. Like that to me, like this situation bucks trends because you don't have this situation ever in the NFL. Ever. If you take a third and fifth round quarterback, there's a good veteran in front of them. So if they're getting developmental reps or first team reps, it's maybe it's what Dylan Gabriel got when Joe Flacco was here. So I think that's where like I hear that everyone's saying, well, this is how it regularly goes in the NFL. This is not a regular situation. Like, the Browns can say, we're not prepared to play Shedeur this year, and they can say that publicly. No one on the planet believes that they don't have it in the back of their mind that at some point that kid's hitting the field.
Yeah, but I think they're just so worried about right now and the moment in right now that they're just going to take whatever sacrifice that is for Shedeur. They're just looking at it as we need to get the best out of Dylan Gabriel right now, and if that means that 4 weeks from now we have to go to Shedeur, but Dillon was slightly worse, and maybe this was part of the reason why. Like they clearly showed their hand here, and I don't even hate them for it. I don't begrudge them for it. Like they're just putting Dillon ahead of him, and they've done that the entire time.
I don't either, but I don't love if they're falling back on, well, this is how we do in the NFL. It's like none of this situation is typical, so you shouldn't be treating it like a typical NFL situation. 216-474-0092. Shedeur not getting first-team reps yet. Should he be? Thomas in Shaker, welcome to the show, my guy.
Hey, Nick. Hey, JP. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Doing well, buddy. Welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, real quick question, because I was thinking about this while I was on hold. Who do you think Jimmy Haslam is more in favor of, Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders?
Ooh.
Well, I think it's Shedeur. But I have no evidence to suggest that outside of the fact that I think Jimmy Haslam told him to draft Shedeur.
He also seems to travel around with a bunch of young men in Shedeur jerseys around him. I don't know if that was just on the sideline, but he's got a Shapasi around him.
Okay, so with that said, did y'all not just have a conversation yesterday, an hour-long conversation about how Jimmy Haslam might be listening to phone calls, or he could listen into
I mean, the saving grace in all of this, Thomas, is that I think that Jimmy Haslam is going to be the one that forces them to eventually play Shedeur.
Like, I think that's a saving grace. That sounds like a really problematic thing.
I believe that from day one. Well, no, this is the slight advantage of having someone that's as controlling of an owner as he is that when I have the thought process that he has in this one, I'm going to be able to see what I want to see. Whereas Thomas, if I said it once, I've said it a million times. I don't think the same way as Stefanski and Barry at all. That like every decision they make is like an opposite decision of what I would do consistently, and we see how that's worked out for them.
No, I mean you're not wrong about that. I will say this though. I don't think that Dillon Gabriel is the quarterback of the future. Obviously, I want to at least give him a chance, but I haven't seen anything that's overwhelming the last couple of games that say, "Hey, this kid is, it." But maybe that's because I'm also intrigued to see what Shedeur has. But part of me also can't get that second preseason game out of my head. I know it's only one game, but there's just things that he did, like turning his back to the defense, that, you're like, ooh, this kid's not ready yet. And, there's more.
Did you watch Joe Burrow do that in the preseason game, too? You did. Did you watch Caleb Williams do it as well? It was a big talking point in Chicago sports talk.
Caleb Williams.
He had a massive play just like Shedeur had, where he turned around and ran 20 yards backwards. They talked about it on Chicago sports radio for 3 weeks.
I didn't see it. I honestly did not see that. I'm sorry. I don't watch a bunch of. I didn't see it. I don't watch.
Forgive you.
Preseason Caleb Williams and Joe Burrow, but I did watch preseason Shedeur. So I do apologize. I didn't see it, but I'm just saying, like, he just didn't look. I'm not saying he's not talented. I just think that there's a lot to go into being a quarterback in the NFL. I do think that him sitting back in these last couple of games, the first few games of the season, and watching how Joe Flacco and Dillon Gabriel prepare for games probably helped him. And I do think it's time to start seeing what he got. Don't get me wrong, but I do think that it was important for somebody who coming from a Big 12 conference, a conference that's not on the same level as the Big 10, and that he did not pay as good a competition as Dillon Gabriel did. I think it's very important that he step behind him and learn how to prepare for a game.
Thomas, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. It helps that Dillon played 75 years in college.
Was the suggestion that he was going to, that Shedeur was going to learn from Dillon? Is that what the suggestion was?
I think that was the suggestion there.
Well, that's a banana suggestion.
You have to sit near each other on the sidelines to learn. I heard that's a conversation,
That's a banana suggestion.
Our guy, Bonjour.
Dillon should be learning from Shedeur.
Our guy, okay. Our guy, Bonjour Bob. Bonjour!
Bonjour!
Saying the fact that DG has been turnover-free is the reason, I believe, as to why they're doing this setup of reps between the two quarterbacks. All right. We can't do this. All right? I understand that technically he is turnover-free. He is putting the ball in jeopardy. And he has the last 2 weeks. And I understand that there's some weird, bizarro world where you have to argue about turnover-worthy plays.
Won by PFF this past week.
But the fact is, one is too many. And 2 weeks ago, it was like 17. Let's not do the thing of he's not turning the ball over, because that flips on its ear with one bad game, which, if he continues at this rate, will happen soon enough.
But I think where I see Stefanski on this, and trust me, I want Shedeur to get as many reps as he possibly can. But where
doesn't sound like it.
Well, it makes obvious sense if you think that Dillon Gabriel is where all your investment is, from whether that is you telling Barry, you telling Haslam, you telling all these guys that that's your choice and I can make him into something, and that's why you got a 3rd round pick. Then he's going to be selfish with these reps because he wants Dillon to succeed at such a high rate. This is what he's going to do, and yes, does that come at some sort of little cost towards Shedeur? Yeah, but right now, that's not Stefanski's problem. It might be his problem 4 weeks from now, but he's not looking at it that way.
So I don't think your read on the dynamic is wrong. What I'm saying is, when you're not a leader of men, which, again, I think Kevin is some sort of leader, but I don't think he's a Vrabel-esque leader, right? When your whole thing is, I'm an offensive head coach, and then we got a defensive head coach over there in Jim Schwartz. Like, you're not the kind of leader that can play favorites. There are guys, like the true football guys, right? The guys who are great communicators can play favorites.
Yeah, but he is, though. That's the difference.
But what do you mean?
Well, he is playing favorites. Like Dylan's his guy.
Yeah, but he's not the style of head coach who can be doing this. And by the way,
but he is doing it, though. That's the difference.
I understand. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying he shouldn't be. This goes into what he's doing versus what he should be doing. And I guess it's like, oh, you're willing to throw your marriage away for that? That's kind of what I'm thinking about here is like, okay, I understand putting him on the table for a fair amount of things. I don't understand doing that when it comes to Dillon Gabriel versus Shedeur.
I mean, maybe this just goes back to that draft conversation where the entire world read it as that was Stefanski's pick and Dillon Gabriel, and it was Haslam's pick and Shedeur Sanders. And Stefanski is trying his damnedest to make sure that everyone knows that he can make Dillon Gabriel into something. And it's just, okay, he's living very much in the moment about what's in front of him right now and not worried about any investments down the line.
216-474-0092. Shedeur is not getting any first-team reps right now. Should he be? I more look at the discrepancy in how Dillon's being treated and how Shedeur's being treated when it comes to rep utilization, and I just think that's silly. I just think that's very silly for where they were drafted and what I think both guys are capable of in the long run. Mike, Dan, Derek, Robert, you guys stick there. Quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick.
season. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. Catch tonight's preview show immediately following afternoon drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sport Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got, in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes. We've also got the preview show coming up in 1 hour's time. We were just talking about Shedeur and the lack of first-team reps. I'm going to take a quick call or two here. Again, the question is, should Shedeur be getting first-team reps, as he is not currently getting them? And I think we both agree that since day one, there has been a different different amount of development and developmental opportunities given to Dillon Gabriel that Shedeur has not gotten. I think we should be pulling those a little bit more even the deeper we get into the season. But let's go with, I'm blind as a freaking bat. Derek in a car. Welcome to the show.
What's going on? How y'all doing today?
Pretty good, buddy. What you got for us?
So I want to start off by saying I don't think Dillon Gabriel has done anything impressive since we have got him to make him the for sure number one quarterback. But I also don't think Shedeur has really done anything in that sense either. And I also want to say, what happened to competing for that number one spot? Like, it can help Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur, whoever we do decide to get that number one spot to, if they compete for that spot. Like, you're just giving Dillon Gabriel that number one spot without even letting him compete for it. It makes him seem like, all right, I ain't got to do too much to be that number one quarterback. But if we actually had them to compete for that number one spot, whoever comes out and be that number one man, we know for sure that we have a number one quarterback. Because when I played sports in school and everything, I had to compete for every position I wanted to play for it. Nothing was just handed to me. First of all, it was a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick. They should be competing for that number one spot. For Shedeur not to be getting any snaps for the first team or anything like that is crazy to me.
Derek?
Because there is no competition. Yes.
We got to run, buddy, but I do have an answer for you real quick. I'm sure JP does as well. We appreciate the call. Dillon hasn't done anything with the 3 games he's been given. It is a little funny when he said, Shedeur hasn't done anything anyways. It's like, how would we know? He hasn't seen the field. But in terms of competing for the spot, that's not what I'm pitching when I'm saying, give Shedeur 10% of the snaps. I don't want there to be a quarterback competition in the middle of the season. That happens in July and August.
The competition's already over. The competition already happened, and even if we thought that maybe the results of the competition weren't what people like myself thought they would be, then okay, fine. It is what it is. That competition already happened. Like, Dillon Gabriel every week plays against Dillon Gabriel. That's it. At this point, he's not playing against Shedeur Sanders. He's playing against himself, because if he keeps winning games, Shedeur will never see the field. It's just... There's people like myself, and I'll include Nick on this one, that we just don't think that's going to happen.
All right, let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell has said the NFL will not consider replacing Bad Bunny as the halftime show performer and the headliner at this year's Super Bowl, despite pressure from Washington and some NFL fans. Do you care if Bad Bunny is the halftime performer at the Super Bowl?
Couldn't name a single Bad Bunny song.
I think it's the one where it goes, I'm a bad bunny.
Is that really a song that he has?
No, it's not. I'm being a D.
Because that would be really funny if that's what it was. I would tune in just for that one.
I think I just took the Billie Eilish song, I'm the bad guy, and just kind of turned it into that.
Yeah. I don't know any Bad Bunny, so I don't really. It doesn't bother me one bit. Now, will I do like the Spotify deep dive of Bad Bunny before the Super Bowl to try to enjoy it more? No, I'm not that guy either. So I'll just. You know what this is? This is like when The Weeknd got to do the Super Bowl halftime show. I'll watch for the special appearances, and I'll see what he does with the theatrics of it all, but I'm not investing much time into it.
I don't honestly know why people threw the meltdown that they threw. And by the way, I read the reasoning. I honestly don't know, and I don't care. I don't know, I don't know why it's so hard for us to just go, oh, that's not for me.
Yeah, that's all. Not everything's going to be for me. It's okay.
The Weeknd. By the way, I think The Weeknd's incredibly talented. I don't really listen to a lot of his music, but during that show, it was like, well, it's on. It's going to be on the TV. Okay. Everybody else wants to watch it. I don't need, not everything needs to be for me. And the idea that everything has to be Americanized to a specific level is just, I don't know. It looks pretty weak when we get pissed off about who's going to be the halftime show present. Just watch the game. Watch the game, eat some nachos. Life's hard. Let's not make it any harder.
Here's your 20 minutes to impress me. You got 20 minutes. I'm in front of my couch. Everyone's watching the event anyway. You got 20 minutes, Bad Bunny. Impress me.
Have you ever watched a halftime show and thought, this is because I'm a fan of this person?
Shakira.
There's never, what a talent.
I mean, do we not all agree? Her, J-Lo, that was.
Now, Bad Bunny could bring Shakira back. And with the tongue thing, I'm here.
Outside of joking manner though, I don't know. I love the Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre halftime show. There's been halftime shows where I've been like, that was awesome, and I'm happy that we experienced that.
I very rarely have ever said there's been a bad halftime show. Not a Lady Gaga fan. Thought she was awesome, but I think my point is there's never been an artist that I'm like, that artist represents what I love about music. Now I'm in. It's like, no, it's a pop act.
You know what Jeff Phelps calls The Weeknd?
No.
Saturday, Sunday.
Boom! Omaha! Can I give the quick dad joke he had today?
Yes, I like that.
So we were talking about 6'7". And he was like, you know who those kids' favorite basketball player is? And I was like, no, who? And he said, Taj Gibson.
Boom! You got Phelps.
Because his favorite number is 6'7". Or his playing number is 6'7".
I like when Phelps tells a joke and he really loves it and he appreciates it, and then Baskin is just like, what's happening now?
We should all be gearing up. We should all hope we're Jeff Phelps when we get older. He's content as hell. He's a well-made man. He's a very gentlemanly gentleman. We should all want to be Jeff Phelps when we get older. Loves food, by the way. Lives for it. That made him sound fat. I didn't mean it like that. Thank you. Just hit it even more. Seconds too late there, Mac. Thank you.
Hit it even more. All right, Ravens. So this is a little bit of contention here. The Baltimore Sun came out with an article yesterday that the Ravens had removed recreation from the locker room. That was getting rid of the ping pong tables, the basketball hoop, the cornhole boards, video game consoles, and the Baltimore Sun reported that the coaches had made the decision to make the locker room more businesslike. It took 24 hours, Nick, for now Harbaugh and coaches to come out and say, no. That wasn't us that took away the ping pong tables. That was, in fact, the players that wanted to take away all the recreational activities, etc. It's an odd cover-up at best, and it's a weird story at its worst. But the Ravens, I guess, don't have a ping pong table.
I think back to when Charlie Manuel got pissed at the Indians back, I think it was in 2000, and took the ping pong tables out, and there was one player, and it was like, he was not on the team. It was like a middle reliever, like a Jason Grimsley type. Was like it got my attention. I was like, you just want him to throw you more in high leverage situations. You're not fooling anyone. This kind of stuff is so phony. This is just not. You're 1-5 because your quarterback's hurt and you've had a butt ton of injuries. And whatever plan you had at building this defense stinks.
I just think it's really funny that they care about whether or not it's perceived to be the coaches that took this away or the players that took this away, as if there's a difference between the two in this instance.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you. Might be the first sign that John Harbaugh is actually cooked.
Well, if Harbaugh was actually doing this move, it's you're just reaching. You're reaching in a way that comes across as desperate and not what we think about Harbaugh at all.
Yep. Come to Cleveland. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels been ruled out for Washington's Monday night game against the Chiefs, marking his third game missed this year. A popular preseason pick to win the NFC East, the Commies are now 3-4, and Jaden Daniels' sophomore season has been a mixed bag thus far. Did we crown Jaden Daniels too early?
Did we crown C.J. Stroud too early?
No.
And I don't think we crown Jaden Daniels early either. I think I'm going to put them in a very similar bucket for the moment.
Yeah, and by the way, I think on the whole, we dismiss quarterbacks too early, far more than we crown them too early. He's a really good young quarterback that's injury prone. That's had injuries this year.
Which, by the way, that was the worry with him. That's why he didn't go number 1 overall, and why he went number 2. Is people were worried about his wiry frame. And last year we saw him get injured and miss a couple weeks because of that. And that was always it. I mean, the guy, he's built like a toothpick.
But when you watch him when he's been in there this year, you still see the dude make special plays. Even C.J. Stroud, for all the stuff people have talked about, you still kind of see it with both players. I
saw a Browns fan put out a C.J. Stroud Browns trade package today
because we haven't traded enough for enough broken Texans quarterbacks.
I think they thought that it might as well just be a feeder system for the Texans, and we just take their quarterbacks after a certain amount of time, and that's just how we continue on. But yeah, Jaden Daniels needs to. At some point, we do have to have a discussion about is he too tiny?
You think Jaden Daniels ever goes, "I'm a bad bunny"?
I don't think so. I want the Ken drop now of him talking about him being a bad man. That's what I want in this moment, Mac. Mac's just sitting there looking at me as if that's not going to happen.
He's thinking about clownitudes over there.
We've turned Mac into our drop jukebox, and he has not accepted the call at all.
Yeah.
He has.
Play Def Leppard, loser.
Nobody is more checked out of this than Mac.
Yep.
Do we need another dinner or something for you?
I'm on a separate drops page that I have different levels set for, so I can't.
No, I'm not the monkey.
I'm not the monkey to go ahead and play music for you, clown.
That's exactly you are the monkey. I'm not the monkey to do it. I don't have a thing over here.
I'd like one though. I'd like one.
So get your cymbals, bash them together, and get going.
Mike Tomlin asked about the Acrisure Stadium grass talk. Cam Hayward came out and said it was, you used all sorts of words you can't use here. Aaron Rodgers said it was borderline unplayable. Mike Tomlin was asked about it, and this is what he had to say.
I am not a grass expert. I haven't cut my grass in a long, long time. I coach football. I'm going to stay in my lane. I don't even know who cuts my grass.
Doesn't know. I mean, to me, just sounds like landscapers or something like this. But it is a complete non-answer out of Tomlin, avoiding these issues that have popped up around his stadium. And I don't know. I thought it was a little bit of a cop out there from Tomlin. A very professional look from Tomlin, and a very I'm in favor of the NFL and what they decide to do, and in favor of the owners and whatever they decide to do. But I wanted a little bit more here from Tomlin when so many players on his team are frustrated here.
If Mike Tomlin came out and bashed them for the field at Acrisure Stadium, it would get changed. He's not going to do it because he's going to say what he thinks privately and then be the good company man publicly. I'm a little surprised that Mr. Buns of Steel over there doesn't have brass cojones on this one.
I mean, it was just an obvious chance for him to speak up for his players. And again, when you have Hayward, when you have Aaron Rodgers saying the way that they did about the playing conditions, that, by the way, the Browns took on the Steelers in, and so many Browns players, Joe Bitonio being one of them, talked about how crappy it was. Like, I mean, you got to be better. I mean, the whole thing is just, it's outrageous that the NFL could have a conditions and a playing field be that bad.
216-474-0092. Did we crown Jaden Daniels too early? We've got plenty to get to, and Tua Tagovailoa continues to say the darndest and maybe the dumbest things in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 923thefan.com.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday live all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
We got a little bit of Cavaliers news to pass along here. Cavs, Knicks coming up here in a short bit around the NBA. Of course, we got the preview show coming up in 40 minutes on the station, but Chris Fedor tweeting out within the last half hour that Cavs starting small forward DeAndre Hunter is out for the season opener against the Knicks. A source tells Cleveland.com. I will say, when you read the tweet, the first line of the tweet is, Cavs starting small forward DeAndre Hunter is out for the season. Opener. So when I was reading that in real time, I was like, Mac just told me he was out for the season opener. And I was like, oh, opener. We're okay there.
We're losing bodies left and right for this game already, Nick.
I do love Mac. It was just a conversation started in the break, but Mac tells me about this. Hey, make sure to say this. I was like, okay, cool. Good looking out. And he goes, do we go Merrill? Do we go, who do we go? And I was like, it's game one. We will
let the game present itself to us, Mac.
Yeah, like if it's Jalen Tyson, I'll be like, good for Jalen Tyson. If it's
we are
Sam
definitely
Merrill,
in no need to overanalyze this one. We'll just let the game happen.
Yeah, unless you lose by 20, and then we'll be like, this is why you shouldn't have started Merrill, right?
Well, then Atkinson is the biggest idiot we've ever seen. Am I right, guys?
I mean, people have been saying it.
You're all morons.
Very rarely criticized Atkinson, by the way. It feels like even when he pulled the wrong lever last year, people were hesitant to criticize him, and I wonder if that changes after the playoffs last year.
That's an interesting point. I don't know is the answer. Can I tell you something that goes in his favor? And this is why I do think like when the groupthink narrative around the NFL is what Ross Tucker said earlier today when he's like, if you're hiring a defensive head coach, who's going to be the OC? Mm-hmm. 'Cause that guy could get hired. The kernel at the center of that ideology is offenses are fun, and we like coaches that coach fun offenses more than we do coaches that coach fun defenses. It's simple.
Yeah.
So Kenny Atkinson making the offense wildly more watchable last year gets him the biggest Peterlin pass in history.
Yeah. The Peterlin pass.
And I want to know how long. What's the statute of limitations on? How long does that last? How much goodwill do you have if you're Atkinson based off of what happens last year? Because the crowd is fickle.
So I will tell you, I think it lasts through the rest of this regular season. Because I don't think Kenny took blame for what happened in the postseason this year. So it's kind of like J.B. Bickerstaff when he got the doors blown off you by the Knicks the first year, where I was ready to move on from him then, thinking it was a pivotal moment with Donovan's future and everything. And I think most people were like, well, yeah, we were pissed about it, but 2 weeks later, let's keep him. Let's see what you have. And after the Boston series, that 2-week cooling period never happened.
But I think there's a difference between being like, oh, we're gonna fire Atkinson, and at least to start to be critical of Atkinson. Like there was a stretch there where fans were acting like Atkinson walked on water, and I think I was right there with him. Like, because it was just, you saw the X's and O's, you saw how he was implementing some of the basic things that JB just kind of didn't achieve, and we were just happy to have that. But after the playoffs, I don't know. I wonder if it's going to start to change if you do start to struggle at any stretch here.
I think player development will be something that we can go, and that can buy him some patience, I should say. I think the offense, one of the reports, one of the kind of common thread that you've heard out of the Cavs camp, at least, is that they're going to try and push the pace more and get more possessions in offensively, be more of an up-tempo team. I think being even more fun as an offense is another way to kind of satiate that bloodlust. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things he can do to kind of even curry more favor before the playoffs. Would you do a bald challenge?
No. My dome, while bald, I've gotten very close to it being bald before. So when I was a kid, when I was like 5 years old, I was playing underwater in the bathtub, and I was trying to see how long you can hold your breath for, essentially. You're just kind of swimming around because you're young. And I went down, and then eventually I came up, and I hit the faucet.
Yeah.
And the whole bathtub was bloody. Everything was bloody. But because of that, I have like a little bit of it's not even a bump. There's like a dash almost in my like where, on my head. And so bald me, it would be very obvious, and I don't love that. I don't love that reality.
So
don't want anything to do with it.
In fairness, this bald challenge.
I'd be a really ugly bald person is the synopsis here.
I also would be. You can be fat and you can be bald, but you can't be fat and bald. I think that's where we're going there. And you throw ugly in it for me, and we really 0 for 3 there. You'd like to be 0 for 3. I'm 3 for 3 is what I was saying. But so this would just be, you'd be bald for basically a short amount of time. You can grow your hair back. So have you heard of Yorgos Lanthimos?
Oh, my guy.
You're a big Yorgos Lanthimos guy.
My guy, always.
So
classic Yorgos.
He's the guy that has been casting Emma Stone in every single thing the last couple of years. So he's got a new movie coming out.
Oh, he's not behind the Nathan Fielder and Emma Stone thing, is he?
No, that was a TV show.
That was awful. I love Nathan Fielder. That was just unwatchable.
But he's got a special advanced screening of Begonia, which is his new movie. And to celebrate the film's release, they're inviting hairless and hair curious, that's funny, movie lovers to attend a bald screening. So if you're bald or willing to become bald, participants who will receive a free popcorn and soda voucher plus 2 tickets to see the film. And the first 5 guests who shave their heads will win a year pass of free movies from the Phoenix Theater's Great Northern Mall. We have a few friends in common, Mac and I do, and they're trying to get Mac to do the bald challenge, and as of right now, he's balking at the bald challenge.
Mac, your specialty is your hair. Don't do it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It grows back. This is the thing. If I shave this head, there's a chance like 3% of it does not grow back more because we're already follically challenged.
But he's got a 99 Madden rating in one thing in life, and it's the hair. And
Okay.
I wouldn't mess with that.
But you're
it's
messing
better than
with
me.
it.
I don't have a 99 rating in anything. You got one. That's beautiful.
Your hair's going to grow back within 6 weeks, whereas this is, even if it's 2 months, this is a year free of movies, and you're a movie snob.
I wouldn't say a movie snob. I go to the movies a lot. But
okay, that's what I mean. You go to the movies a lot.
Yeah. I mean, my only thing with this is that, so I have...
You didn't like the snob term.
I know.
Why did that upset you?
Nah, because I know I have friends that are movie snobs.
His name's Matt Thomas, and he's a good buddy of ours.
He is indeed.
By the way,
Also
Shams is saying the cat's going to play tonight for whatever that's worth to you guys.
Who is?
Shams.
I don't care. Now get back to the ball challenge.
Again, that game's going to present itself when it presents itself.
Got to take it one possession at a time.
That's right.
So, like, when I was in high school, I used to get my head shaved back then, and
good origin story.
Yeah, no, was not a good look.
You can wear a hat for the next 2 months for free movies.
Well, it's not like you see that many people in between like this and just your day to day. Like I don't see that many people. I could probably wear a hat for a couple months. Free movies for a whole year. I don't ever go to the movies. So it doesn't really do anything for me.
If it was closer to my house, I'd seriously consider this.
That's the other part of it for me.
What do you think you spend in a year on movies?
Man. I mean, I probably go to the movies maybe like 12 times a year, maybe.
So what's a movie ticket cost at this point? Like $12?
And depends. Sometimes it's like $8. Sometimes it's 12.
All right, so it's like It's worth like $120 for Mac to cut his hair completely off.
Yeah, but wouldn't you go more? Like if you told me right now 2 free tickets,
yeah, I guess so.
For a year, I would take Vanessa every damn Saturday, and even if it wasn't something I would want to see, we'd just go see it because that's how much I love going to the movies. It sounds like you don't love going to the movies that much.
I love going to the movies, but I also love the convenience of the movie theater that I go to, which is not the one.
This
is
is
not
your
the Phoenix
This
Theater.
is the problem with your generation. Yeah, everything has conditions on it. All right. Well, I'll go talk to that girl, but she's got a friend next to her, or I don't talk to people at a bar. It's like
the money that I'm saving on the ticket is what I'm spending on in gas to go out to the theater. I want you to learn this. It's a. You've never heard this theory before. I know it's called YOLO. All right, you only live once. Heard that.
All right, you're living like you got 9 lives to it.
Yeah, but this version of YOLO,
shave the head.
This version of YOLO has him stuck watching movies he doesn't want to watch on Saturdays because he feels like he has to take advantage of the free year of movies.
There's no bad
that's
movie
not
theater
YOLOing.
experience.
That's a bad existence.
No, it's not. By the way, no, you could end up enjoying more movies than you ever realized at the movie theater. And I'm assuming
I
this
also watch
includes
a lot of really bad movies, though.
Yeah, you are a movie snob. No, purist? Maybe purist is a better word.
I don't go to the movie theaters that often.
That's what I meant. You don't do that enough.
I don't do that.
This is between 2 movie buffs here. 2 people who love going to the movies. Your hair's not that valuable. And by the way, it's a great story. It's a great in with normally my hair's,
I like your resolve in this, by the way, Mac. You are very you're not even budging in the slightest bit. You're not even now waiting for Nick to just be like, I'll offer you $125, the price of this unlimited movie pass, essentially, to just shave your head. That's kind of what I'm waiting for.
Is this the Knipple bet by Andrew Siciliano all over again?
Well, no, you don't even have to do the be the first 5 people in line in this, and then go through. I shave it, and then maybe not even have it. I assume for $125 flat, would you shave your head?
I mean, I consider it, but
that's wild.
Oh no, that is wild.
That is wild.
That is a little wild.
I consider it. I never said I do.
You are a cheap ass date. You are a cheap ass date. If that is, I'm a little embarrassed for you.
Okay, all right, take it easy there.
I got 60 on it. Do you got 60 on him shaving his head?
But he's 65. You think Jake was going to come up with 5?
I was assuming somebody else could pitch in the old Abe Lincoln there.
You should do this. Keith would love this. Keith could definitely do $125.
And we get to do it on camera.
No.
By the way, you'd be the 3rd chair while we're just having a sports convo. We're not doing anything else around this.
Just open up the third camera.
Yeah, you're getting your hair shaven off while we're just doing a sports segment, and then we'll just put it on the air. While you not actually being on the air.
No.
Just on YouTube.
That's the kicker? You are the most. You're not being consistent here. Well, I want free movie tickets for a year, but I don't want to lose my hair because it'll take 2 months to grow back.
I'll
do it for $125.
I'm fine for paying for the movie tickets. Again, if it's
you don't love your hair enough if $125 is going to be the price.
Yep. Your entire counter argument was a house of cards that fell apart the second JP brought money into it.
You don't even want to know the price it would cost for me to shave my head.
So the last time I shaved my head, it was because Vanessa had pissed me off. We were living in Charlotte, and I'd made a mistake on my beard, and so I had to shave my beard because it just looked stupid. And I came down, and she was having a bad day, and it took it all out on me for the beard shaving. And so I went up there, and I knew it was going to upset her, and I just shaved my head off because
you showed her, didn't you?
I did. And here's the thing: went to bed. Woke up the next day, went to work, came home, forgot that she didn't see my face and my dome.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go 2 for 2 on bad nights in the Wilson household.
It's
these shoes! But yeah, I would say, what's your price on the old head shaving?
$2,000. $2,000.
It's a respectable price.
Yeah,
that's for some people. That's how much I
believe. That's how much I believe in me looking awful with my hair shaven.
Yeah, 125 over there.
125. You're not even respecting the hair that you have. You don't even have a receding hairline like me.
I bet you if you'd said 100, he would have said yes to it.
I might be going bald anyway. Nature might force this thing on me, okay? You have a real chance over there, and for 125, you're just going to throw it all away.
Tino's saying, tell Mac to shave his head. I did, and I got a lot more girls and a kick-ass Dr. Evil impression.
Some people do look better with their head shaven. For some people, that is a real thing. Other people look like a cone head, and that's what I think Mac might look like. I don't know.
No, I actually think he might have a good dome for it.
I don't know about that, man.
Well, how do you know?
Because I've had my head shaven before.
When was the last time?
High school.
Okay, your face has changed. Your body has changed. You've gone through many physical changes and experiences since you last shaved your head, Mac. So now not only are you now you're talking out your ass. I was going to make a much wittier pun. I'm going to say now you're talking out your ass. Don't live in your fears. All right?
I've got 60 on it.
Let me see here.
Just putting that out there.
Keith just hit us up on Twitter saying, does Mac know how much Chipotle he could buy for the dates he's still not going on with a shaved head?
So that's the only thing that we got to really discuss in this is that, like, it'd be different if you were Don Juan out there right now and the hair was really helping you pull it in.
Yeah, the hair's not helping you now.
But it's not
the
like
lack of hair.
You're not taking advantage of your 99 Madden rating anyway.
Yeah, like, okay, you've got what's a better potential to get that first date? Hey, look at my suave hair that a bunch of women have walked past and haven't taken, bitten the line on, or hey, I usually have great hair. I can show you pictures. But do you know why I don't have hair right now? Free movies, date. I'm telling you, like, this story, it's like the greatest opener ever. It's just, you want to know why I don't have hair right now?
I love someone dating Mac just for the free movie pass. That's actually a really funny development of this.
Right,
Like, girls like, oh my gosh, wait, you have a free movie pass?
Who's a cheaper
He's like,
date?
I can get you to everything.
Who's a cheaper date?
Anytime you want.
A girl dating Mac because of a free movie pass for a year, or Mac be willing to shave his head for $1.25.
None of them is respectable, by the way. The answer is none of them is respectable.
Cheap. We gotta get you like a doctor or a financial planner or something,
or just a living body.
Yeah, like just
someone that breathes.
Yeah.
Good start.
There's an implication there. There's an implication there that if I was Mac, I would. That's a well placed Jesus man. You said it, man. In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
NBA night number 2.
building. This organization knows that Kevin has a very, very young offense right now, a rookie quarterback, a rookie running back, rookie tight end, rookie receivers. There are tackle problems. So they're not expecting him to take necessarily this roster to the Super Bowl this year.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. We've got the preview show coming up in just about 15 minutes here. But I want to say big thanks to our guest today, Ross Tucker, early today. The Ice Cream Man is what we should be calling him going forward. You'll understand that if you listen at 2:20 today. Once we got into the sports talk, we talked about a Garrett Wilson deal. We talked about Dillon Gabriel. We talked about Kevin Stefanski versus Mike Vrabel. Also had an interesting take that we'll probably play tomorrow on how we can kind of evaluate this New England Patriots team and the job, or whatever the Browns have cut out for themselves this week. We've got Ashley Bastock at 3:20. Great stuff with her on a Garrett Wilson deal. Shador not getting first-team reps. Really great stuff there at 3:20. And Austin Carr, Mr. Cavalier, at 4:20 today. Great stuff on Evan Mobley. Had a great take on Michael Jordan. And many great things about the Cavaliers. But thank you to all those guests. But let's get into in case you missed it.
All right, we're going to start off with Tua back at the podium. And at this point, I think it's intentional now. I thought a lot of people saying last week it just got away from him. I think it's intentional.
The footballs?
No, the idea that he's just on a collision course with just trying to make everyone as mad as possible around him. But he's not helping himself in many ways either. He was asked why he didn't target Jalen Waddle much versus the Browns, and this was his answer as he shoots himself in the foot.
I think with that, some of it has to do with being able to see guys, with their guys also up front and our guys. And I'm not the tallest guy in the back there either. So being able to see, and then sometimes when that happens, you don't want to just throw it blindly.
I mean, he's not wrong. I guess you don't want to just throw it blindly, even though if that's what they're tasked to do a lot of the times, especially if you can't see.
Yeah, Tua. Just listen, you and I are both, hey, speak your mind. It's good to speak your mind. Your teammates on Sunday gave you the clearest bleep you could possibly get, because they really just kind of bailed on you. They bailed on you in effort. They bailed on you on things like picking up a weak side block from two blockers. That was them communicating, hey, we didn't like the things you said, and publicized. Gonna go ahead and say you might get another dose of that this weekend.
What is interesting, remember Brock Purdy had those comments before the season about him, basically 45% of his throws are just blind throws. I do think it's interesting that Tua's like, I don't make any blind throws. Yeah, but I just can't do that.
Well, I mean, he's a precision. Well, I guess Brock Purdy as well. Isn't Tua like 2 inches taller than Brock Purdy too?
Yeah, Brock Purdy's pretty short.
Yeah, like he says he's 6 foot tall, but he's like 5'10" and a half, maybe.
Yeah, he's pretty short. Yeah,
I think Tua says he's 6'2", but he's closer to 6 feet tall.
That seems like a fair assessment as well.
It's wild that players can just blatantly lie about their height.
I mean, no one's going to really hold him to task on that, I guess.
Well, I mean, shouldn't NFL teams?
Remember when NBA players, though, they started doing, you had to have, like, shoes off when you did the heights and all that. Like, they wanted the...
They did not like that.
That was even weird, too, though. It was like, wait, you really need the honest assessment in that one? Now we've gone reverse course, where now I guess Wemby can grow just, like, 7 inches overnight and nobody cares.
Still insane that dude's still, like... It's too tall, right? Like,
what, if you're taller than 7 now?
If you're taller than 7'4", you're too tall. I don't care who you are. Like, you are going to your career will be shortened if you're that tall.
Well, your lifespan is going to be shortened as well. Like, there's so much documentation about people that are above 7 feet tall and how they just live shorter lives, and it's a real problem within the what is it called, gigantism community.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes sense because you would have normally just incredibly tall people versus people with actual. Acromegaly, I think is what it's called, which is the literal term for actual giantism. There's a lot of data there.
Take that for data.
Take that for
data.
Would
you take being 7'5", but you know that you're going to die, like, let's say 10 years or 15 years earlier than what you would normally put out? Would you give up 10 years of your life to be 7'5"?
Nope. No, life's too good. Life is. And life's hard, but life is too good. Like, I wouldn't give, because I got to think about it now, I wouldn't give up 10 to 15 years with my girls for anything. And there's nothing on the world. There's no amount of money. There's no amount of fame. There's no amount of height or privilege or status. No, I'll just take the 10 to 15 years with my daughters and my wife. Like, life's too good, and they make my life too good.
Well, I'm also convinced I'm going to live to be 100, so just knocking 10 years off still is 90. That's a good run for me.
You're definitely not going to be 7'5" and 80. I can tell you that right now.
Well, I mean, again, I still would just believe in my heart of hearts, because we don't know the ending anyway. I mean, at 6'2", we don't know the ending. So in my heart of hearts, if I believe I'm going to 100, let's knock that thing down to 90. We're still cooking.
The NFL has extended its deal with EA Sports through 2031, so Madden's going to be the NFL's video game into the next decade. There are throngs of people, and I'm judging by him shaking his head. Mac is one of them. Disappointed with this news. Are you one of them?
No, I don't play video games at this point, so this doesn't affect me in the slightest bit. So wait, so Madden is not going to be...
No, Madden is. Yeah, it's because they extended the EA Sports deal. That means till at least 2031, Madden will be the NFL video game.
Who would be upset with this? Isn't this what people wanted, or do they want to change the scenery?
Okay, video game nerds and people who play Madden feel like EA Sports has... stopped trying to innovate with the Madden game.
Isn't it just so hard to innovate at this point, or is that not even something that's a reasonable conversation?
I think it's a reasonable counterpoint to yours, but they think that the game is stagnant, and I understand the overall point. I would also say I still play Madden and love it, no matter if the change is incremental from one year to another.
Isn't Charles Davis on the call in Madden? Is he still on the call? Like, or is the not on the call, but the color commentator?
I don't pay attention to the...
I believe so, yeah. I'll double check just to make
it's
sure.
Not even really
he
a
has
thing?
been.
Oh, no, I just mute it. I don't want to hear
Who's the play-by-play guy in Madden?
Let me double check and make sure.
It's not a thing that people pay attention to, I guess.
No, people do, but I just don't.
I assumed, like maybe if you didn't like Charles Davis, you'd be like, well, give me a different guy. Give me this, maybe that's one way to mix it up a little bit.
I couldn't tell you in college. I played more college football video game right now than I have Madden in the last 2 years.
I'm sure you're just playing with the sound off, I imagine, right?
Cannot stand it.
Which is fine. I would, if I played video games, it's probably how I would do it too.
So this year they changed it up, and it's Mike Tirico, Greg Olsen, and Brock Heward.
That's pretty dynamic.
Yeah, Greg Olsen's awesome, but Mike Tirico, old man snoring.
I like Tirico.
What
I can't say that I love necessarily what happened last night with Tirico and MJ and that con that's going on there, where they're going to give us an hour documentary essentially and just spread it out over months on end. But him calling a game Sunday Night Football between him and Collinsworth. Listen, did I like Al and Chris and thought that was the gold standard? Yes. There's something about Sunday Night Football, and Tirico has done that in a way that I don't think I don't think there's anybody else that could have done it the way that he does it, stepping in and making that sound as good as it does. It sounds big still, and I appreciate him for that.
So I think Mike is better as a play-by-play guy than when he was on like Sports Center. I guess my thing is, we've just gotten to a point where the just most bland personality guys get the great assignments, and I just would like a play-by-play guy with some like feel and some like vitality to them, some like personality.
You want Gus Johnson is what you want?
No.
I knew that answer was no, but that's the other response to that.
Can I get somebody with personality and also can I get a pulse and restraint?
Do you know the Panthers guy that got a lot of cred over the past couple weeks? Did you work with him ever?
Are you talking about? You're not talking Eric Collins, no?
Was that the guy? I don't know. Is that him?
Yeah,
yeah. Who was like basically?
He's great.
People.
He's from here. We got to run. By the way,
we got to run.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Meredith Kane and Matt Corelli, the Big Cheese. JP, good show.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Be back tomorrow, guys. Thank you to all who listened. Back tomorrow to Browns Talk. We got the Browns preview show coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.